City Council for August 24th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Rodriguez.
Here.
Aquino.
Here.
Cholum Cherla.
Here.
Howell.
Here.
And Kozlowski.
Okay, officially I convened the regular meeting of the City Council.
Yeah, I thought I was hearing things when you adjourned both of them.
Yeah, I was on a roll, you know, it happens. Okay, can we please all stand and join for the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first up, do we have any agenda updates?
Mr. Mayor, you have 3 agenda updates this evening. Staff is requesting that consent item number 15 be continued to a future meeting. Item 23 has additional information in the form of a comment letter. This has been provided to the council and is also available to the public at the back table. And lastly, staff is asking that item number 24 be moved to the end of the meeting.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we'll begin with business from the floor. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda this evening. So if there's any speakers.
You have no request to speak under business from the floor.
Okay, anybody want a last crack at it? Okay, we will move on then to our first scheduled presentation, please.
Thank you. That takes us to scheduled presentation item number 1. This is a resolution of commendation honoring Jeff and Becky Boone for their years of volunteer service with the Friends of the Zoo Sanctuary. And we would invite Jeff and Becky Boone to come to the podium, please.
Hello. Hi. Is this working? Okay, there we go.
Awesome.
Okay, so here, I will let you hold this. The City of Folsom Resolution of Commendation honoring Jeff and Becky Boone for their years of volunteering service with the Friends of the Zoo Sanctuary. Whereas Jeff Boone has served the Friends of the Zoo Sanctuary since 2005, volunteering in roles including president, secretary, treasurer, director, website manager, liaison to the zoo, and marketing committee, and Becky Boone has served the Friends of Zoo Sanctuary since 2008, volunteering in roles including president, director, secretary, vice president, and membership director. And during the past 11 years, the Friends of the Zoo Sanctuary annually donated an average of $60,000 to fund the animals' food and veterinary care, and to support the zoo sanctuary operations. And under Jeff and Becky's leadership, the Friends of the Zoo Sanctuary contributed more than $600,000 to construct, expand, and enhance the animal exhibit spaces. And under Jeff and Becky's leadership, the Friends of the Zoo Sanctuary produced the popular revenue-generating Growl and Howl and Wine and Wild About the Zoo special events, and Jeff and Becky established a zoo sanctuary endowment fund, which has grown to more than $1 million and continues to provide financial contributions to reduce the zoo sanctuary's reliance on city funding. Now, therefore, I, Mike D. Kozlowski, Mayor of the City of Folsom, on behalf of the Folsom City Council, the Folsom Parks and Recs Department, and the Folsom community, do hereby extend commendations in the highest regard to Jeff and Becky Boone for their many years of wonderful volunteer service with the Friends of the Zoo Sanctuary. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank the City Council, the Parks and Rec Department, and certainly the zoo staff and the docents for their tireless effort in supporting the work that we did to improve the lives of the animals living at the Folsom City Zoo Sanctuary. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your memory.
Hi, my name is Peggy Plett, and I am the current president of the Docent Council, as well as president of Friends of the Folsom Zoo Sanctuary. And on behalf of the docents, who, could you all stand? would just like to extend our thanks for your many years of leadership, guidance, support, and constant faith in the efforts of all of the zoo staff, all of the zoo volunteers, and all of the fundraising activities necessary in order to help improve the lives of those animals and raise public awareness of the need for a sanctuary and protecting habitat for animals in the wild. So thank you for your years of service.
Awesome.
Great. Well, listen, while we're heaping praise on the Boones, let me just say, there's lots of unique things about Folsom, history and, the nature and our lakes and everything, but the zoo sanctuary really is one of the things that is very unusual about a city of our size, and it's great work that you've done, and it's fantastic work that you all continue to do, so thank you very much from all of us. Okay, let's move on to the next item.
Your next item this evening is scheduled presentation item number 2. This is a presentation on the Water System Rehabilitation Project number 2.
Good evening, Mayor Kozlowski, members of the council, Marcus Yasutaki, Environmental Water Resources Director. Tonight we have a presentation regarding the Water System Rehabilitation Project number 2. What this project is, there are 13 locations within the city where our staff or our team looked at and identified that needed to have a little bit of redundancy built in to deliver water service. These aren't every single location within the city. We have a budget item in this capital year's project to address more locations, but essentially what we're trying to do in certain neighborhoods within the city, there is maybe one feed into a neighborhood or a valving configuration that if a water line breaks in one location, we would have to shut off more homes than we feel is necessary. So we're trying to find these locations within the city to be able to provide these types of improvements. And then there are some pressure reducing valve stations that need some upgrades, so some existing piping and control valves that maintain certain pressures within the city that need to be upgraded. And we expect work to begin in September. So this is kind of a first rollout of some public education and public communication of this project. And I'll describe exactly what we're doing in that regard in a couple of slides. Previous project approvals at the last meeting in July, there were 3 resolutions approved. One was for the construction of the project, one was for the construction management and inspection, and then one for engineering services during construction. So these 3 items were approved at the last meeting in July. Impacts to customers, obviously construction noise, because we will be in neighborhood streets. We will be next to businesses and obviously homes during the construction. Road closures or lane closures throughout various times of the project construction. Driveway parking in certain locations might be prohibited for a couple of days while we're doing work physically in front of that house. So one day the contractor might be doing some prep work, so access to the driveway won't be available. Then at the end of the day, they'll put a steel plate over and then access will be granted back. And then the day of, say, a tie-in or a water tie-in, we'll have that plate removed and access again would be unavailable for a certain period of time during that window of the water shutdown and tie-in. And then obviously water shutdown. So this will have an impact for water customers. Typically, we're looking probably at the 4 to 8 hour time frame in terms of 4 hours being the shortest amount of time without water, 8 hours being the longest amount of time. Just to give you an idea of where some of these locations are, here's one on Tony Court, and so you can see where the red is. That's where we're installing a new valve because the water line basically from Tony Court to Bitter Creek, needs to have an isolation so that we can minimize the impacts. Those in yellow are the impacted customers.
I'm sorry
Yes.
to ask to interrupt your flow of thought here, but that first one, Tony Court, Do you have some sense of when the work might happen there?
We don't yet because we haven't issued our notice to proceed to our contractor yet. So once we issue the notice to proceed, we'll have a pre-construction meeting and then get a solid schedule in terms of kind of what they anticipate at each one of the locations. And we can, and when I guess I'll get to it later, but we are going to have a dedicated webpage to this as well that'll identify these various impacts. And then the notification requirements for the contractor, there's, in the residential areas, they have a 2-week notification, a 1-week notification, and then a 3-day notification where there's a physical door hanger placed at your residence that would identify on this date, we expect to be in your, or in your neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I know somebody that owns one of those houses, and they're gonna call me no matter what you do.
Okay. And so we will have contact information too if there are specific questions related to the project.
They can stay at your house while their water's off.
Exactly. I just wanted to volunteer that ahead of time to them.
Here's another location in Darrington Drive. So again, the red indicates the area of work. This one I think is actually a broken valve for Cleveland Court or Evelyn Court. So we actually have to just get down in there and replace and fix the valve. And while we're there, we're going to add one on this leg so that we have flow capabilities or control in both directions if we ever needed to. Coloma Street, so there's a valve in this area and an abandonment that we have to do where there's 2 pipes that are physically connected that aren't supposed to be physically connected anymore. So we need to shut that down and isolate the 2 areas because there are 2 different pressure zones there. So these are the impacted properties. Here, Briggs Ranch Drive, these are the affected properties. Again, we've got a valve and some piping with another valve just to help any future conditions to isolate those locations if we needed to. Fantage Way and Orange Blossom Circle, there's a pipeline that actually runs through these, through the side yards, partially backyard, and into the side yard here between the 2 streets. So we're installing some piping and valves here and here on the same side. So if anything ever happened either on Fantage or Orange Blossom, we'd be able to isolate and still deliver to one side, or isolate here and deliver to this side without fully interrupting all those properties or more properties in the future. Coloma Street and Ducal, so we're actually installing a line down Coloma and around the bend and then connecting to Ducal, because right now the pipe ends here, ends there, and then ends there. So again, building in some redundancy. If we ever had to shut down certain pipes, we can deliver water through another direction. Here on Talisman and Evelyn, so we have a dead end pipeline here. We're gonna basically take a new pipeline from this location down, connected in Talisman, again, just to have redundancy built into our system. Here's another location. We're actually proposing to abandon this pipeline here and then bring a pipeline parallel to connect to these properties here and then back over here. So again, building in our redundancy. Economy Court and Rawlings, again, another pipeline that runs through backyards or side yards. So again, just being able to isolate either one of those without having to do larger shutdowns if something were to ever happen to that pipe in their backyard. East Bidwell Street, even though this shows this in red, the actual pipeline's not getting replaced. There are 4 valves, we believe, in line on that pipeline that are either buried or under pavement that we can't find or not physically installed. So part of the contract is to go and find where we believe those are located based on as-built drawings, see if we can identify them. If we can't, then there's certain locations where the contractor will physically install a valve. One of those locations is down in this area. And this is the non-residential area that would be impacted in terms of the water service shutdown. And then obviously, lane closures or rediversions in East Bidwell while we're doing the initial potholing work, trying to find those valves that either do not exist or are buried.
Aren't there a bunch of medical and dental offices in that business complex there?
Yes. And so this shutdown most likely is going to be nighttime
Okay. I was just
shutdowns.
make sure that those guys are given as much notice as humanly possible.
Yes, those locations actually require, the initial notice is 30 days for non-residential. And then it meets the 14-7 and then the 3 days. So they do have a little more heads up in that regard. Creekside Drive. So again, we've worked with these areas. We believe we're going to do a Sunday shutdown here because there was only one business that is open on Sunday, and there's a sleep center there. So that was their best night that they indicated to us in terms of when to shut the water off. Creekside, because we obviously don't want to have an extended period shutdown for the hospital, we've developed a plan with the hospital operations staff where we'll probably have maybe a 1 to 2 hour interruption, probably in a couple of months, to put some above ground piping in place so that they are in service when we do the physical shutdown out on the street, which would be anticipated to be 4 to 8 hours, so that future shutdown does not have an impact to the hospital itself. So we've worked out all the details, and that's part of the work that the contractor will do before they can actually go in and do the shutdown for Creekside. Here's probably our most complicated one in terms of location. It's at Prairie City and Willard. And right now there is currently only one feed coming in to serve that entire area, and it is right here. So what we're doing is putting in basically a parallel feed here. So if anything were to happen here, we can feed in this direction. As I mentioned, for the current fiscal year we're in, one other location that we're looking at is coming out to Prairie City and Iron Point and bringing in a pipeline down to this location in case something were to ever happen up here. You know, this is what's feeding in, or on this pipeline, you know, if something happened right in here, that feed is potentially lost. So we're looking to create another feed down here, and that's what's in this current fiscal year.
And again, there's a bunch of medical offices that are included in that one as well.
Yep, and then we've got obviously the Safeway Shopping Center, the school on this side, you know, these medical office buildings here, and the restaurants and businesses, and then obviously the homes and apartments in that location.
And Prairie City Landing's not on that same system? That one?
No, because we can isolate here,
Oh, okay.
and they feed right in that area.
Okay.
This one has the largest impact, not necessarily the most complicated, but the most significant impact, and that's there's a pipeline here that runs through these back properties, and what we're proposing to do is to upgrade that, because I believe it's asbestos cement pipe, and that pipe tends to, when it breaks, it ruptures fairly significantly and has had significant impacts in School Street before, and we've replaced that pipe. And then we're reconnecting to Berry Creek, coming down Folsom, Auburn, again, to just provide redundancy to deliver to this system here, because right now there is only one feed, and that's coming across the street right there, and that's our single feed, that 10-inch pipe into this part of the neighborhood. So we do want to provide this secondary feed so that if something were ever to happen here, we're still able to feed in that direction, or vice versa. But as you can see, this does have the largest impact to our customer base in terms of numbers. So outreach and communications, we've been working with Christine and Chris probably for about 6 months now on developing just what type of plan we are going to have in place. They've provided a lot of feedback for us. They're going to set up a dedicated project webpage. Obviously use all the different social media, newsletter, Nextdoor, push notifications that we can. Once we're getting ready to start physical construction, getting printed newsletters out. I did mention earlier that there are door hanger notifications as a requirement for the contractor. This just outlines those 30 days for the non-residential, then the 2 weeks, 7 days, and then the day of on the residential and commercial. So there are requirements for our contractor. And Christine and her team have put together an actual door hanger template for our residents, because there's also some frequently asked questions on there as well. So if a question comes up, they have that right available, so long as they don't throw the door hanger away, but
Marcus,
they'll get 3 of them.
Can you proceed cautiously with the stuff on Talisman, because all of those properties are rental properties? There's a number of duplexes on one side of Talisman and apartment complexes on the other side. They're small apartment buildings, but they're apartments nonetheless.
Right, yes, from
And
right.
so they may or may not actually be paying the water bill, so you need to make sure that the residents know, not just whoever paying the water bill.
Right, and so in that case, each one of the doors would have, you know, a door hanger, because you're right, we're not sending them necessarily to the owner. We're actually putting them on the physical property. But we will.
And make sure that happens well in advance of the 3 days.
But we will be certain to let them know as well, or our team know that. So, any questions on any of those?
Sarah, anything?
I have one question. So, is there a reason that you can't do the 30-day notification for the residents also?
Well, besides not being in the contract right now, there's no requirement that says we couldn't. But in the past, we've typically used the 2 weeks, because 30 days, by the time you're in there, you're usually out within 30 days. So you get yourself into a window where if you started the 30-day clock, say in February, and you were going into March, you would probably, well, most likely be done with the work or the impact. So I guess we could work with the contractor and ask, okay, if we needed a 30-day notice, either we do it ourselves or ask the contractor what the I guess the cost would be to do a 30-day
I just think,
notice.
obviously, the more notice, the better. And I just think of somebody who maybe has an in-home daycare, or maybe you're going to have a baby, or whatever it is, you know, sometimes 2 weeks isn't enough.
Marcus, is the issue that you wouldn't necessarily be under contract for each of those 30 days out?
No, that's not necessarily, no, that isn't the issue, because we would be under contract for the entire project.
Okay,
So it's
gotcha.
really, if we were to, it's more, I guess, from a construction sequencing on the residential side, because they're typically in smaller isolated areas versus the non-residential, but we can definitely ask
You're
the
thinking
question.
each of the individual projects, collectively, they may be done in 30 days.
Correct.
Okay,
They
I
could
gotcha.
be. A lot of it, again, once we have our pre-construction meeting, we'll know kind of what means and methods the contractor proposes to take, because there are 13 different locations. So
Right.
we don't know necessarily if they bid that they're going to do one at a time and just sequence, or they're going to bring in 2 teams and
Well, what about just one generic letter from the city ahead of time to all of them saying, hey, this work is coming. It's going to be roughly between this time and this time. As we get closer, you will receive a door hanger on 14 days before, 3 days before, and the day of, or whatever it is.
we can definitely do that, because we already have the properties highlighted.
Yeah.
And so it'd just be a matter of putting those into, you know, a form letter and sending them the information, and then also directing them to the website. And then obviously we can include the FAQs that we propose, that we are planning to put on the actual door hanger itself. So I think
think that
that's
would be helpful.
a good idea.
Yeah, not everybody will stick it to their fridge, but some will, and it'll be important to them. So.
But we can definitely do that.
And the other difficulty, especially on the residential stuff, because you're affecting a much smaller number of people.
Right.
On a, you might be affecting 15 people as opposed to 300 or 400 people in a business situation. So I can understand requiring that the work at commercial locations is going to happen on this day. But the stuff on the residential stuff, the days could get shifted, which makes it difficult to make a commitment 30 days out
Right.
that we're going to be at your friend's house on September 30th.
But yeah, I think.
Yeah, if it's generalized, I think that would do the trick, though.
I think a letter is definitely easy for us to do and can provide probably more than the 30 days notification.
That's great.
Yeah, this week would be a bad one to schedule a birthday party at your house.
Carrie, any other questions?
I'm good.
Okay. YK?
My only point is, yes, we can send as many as letters as possible. We're talking about the water, the most important utilizing for anybody every hour, every minute. Are we thinking to get the acknowledgement that this work is going on in your neighborhood? That they are aware. I know we can send as many letters, and some letters they won't go into the house or city. Okay, drop it. And people drive through garage to inside. Sometimes several people has never touched their front door. I'm just thinking on the other side of the, are we going to be thinking to get the acknowledgement from those 8 houses in that location? There will be. But how do we get that acknowledgement? Just think about it. I know it is too much work, but it is a basic necessity, water. If something else,
Are you volunteering to go door to door, YK?
I am more than happy. But it's important, I know.
You could maybe send them
Thank you.
certified, Marcus?
The letters, correct?
The letters, yeah.
Yeah, we can certify each of the letters. Now, the door hangers.
The door hangers you
are
can't,
a little
yeah.
different, but, I mean, I guess that's the only
The
way.
letter will say, check your front door, here it comes. So,
Or, you know, maybe when they do the door hangers, you put a door hanger on the front door and on the garage door.
I think a giant day glow tag on the garage door would do the trick.
Even in their neighborhoods,
You have to see my smile, everybody.
Oh, and neighbors talk to each other, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. No, as long as, again, right, in their neighborhoods, hey, there is a city work is going, we always put something, the construction is going here, all those things up front. As long as they're all aware. Again, it's water, that's all.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The hole in their street will be a dead giveaway also.
No questions.
Rosario, anything?
No questions.
Okay, great. Very good. Thank you, Marcus.
Okay, your next item is item number 3, presentation on the city's Stage 3 water warning conservation stage.
Good evening, me again. For those that might just be tuning in, Marcus Yasutaki, Environmental and Water Resources Director. So this is a presentation regarding the city's Stage 3 water warning conservation stage. Just to give you some quick, just a quick update on current conditions. You can see this chart or this graphic here has various reservoir storage levels based on actual and historic. You can see where Folsom is, 24% of storage capacity, 37% of historic storage for this date, or it was midnight last night, basically the 24th of August, at 232,426 acre feet.
Are you saying it's 37% of what the average level is this time of year, or the average level this time of year is 37% of capacity?
37% of historic average for this time of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. So just this graphic here just identifies kind of what the light blue is historic average of Folsom Reservoir. The red is the 76, 77 year. The green is the 2014, 2015 year. And the blue is our current year. And you can see about maybe a week ago, we actually were right in line with where we were in August of 2015. One of the differences I did want to point out is that in August 2015, releases were about twice as high as what they currently are now from Folsom Reservoir. So how much water Bureau of Reclamation is actually releasing from the reservoir is half of what it was in 2015. So that's why you see this flattening of this curve. They've been slowly reducing their releases, from the July, late June timeframe relative to where we were in 2015. So that's a big difference in terms of operations at Folsom Reservoir this year compared to where we were in 2015, which has been a benefit to obviously Folsom Reservoir to maintain storage through the rest of this year. This was a graphic that was included in a drought action plan that was submitted by the Department of Water Resources and the United States Bureau of Reclamation to the State Water Resources Control Board. And this just identifies end of the month storage targets at each one of the main reservoirs the releases from each of the reservoirs, and then this is information for the Delta. What I did want to point out, though, is when Todd Ising was speaking last month about what the projections were, end of September was targeted at 200,000 acre feet. That's still the target. We did hear yesterday that might be between 210 and 220, actually, based on some upper reservoir releases that were not included in this forecast from Placer County Water Agency. But I did want to point out that, there is a gradual decline over, say, the fall months to the end of December at 145,000 acre feet, which is not that it's great, but it is 10,000 acre feet higher than what we were in 2015. So just, as a point of reference, that's what the anticipated target is for the end of December.
Yes, you have mentioned Placer County Reservoir is releasing the water to Folsom Lake. If you can expand that a little bit.
So yeah, Placer County Water Agency in kind of the Auburn, Colfax area, they operate their own reservoir facility. So they have several reservoirs within their system on the North Fork of the American River, and then I think the Middle Fork project where they can actually store and release water. They also generate energy. So one of their a couple of their reservoir systems actually produce power and provide energy to the system. And what they are able to do, because they operate these facilities, they can actually not initiate, but work with other water agencies for water transfers. And in this case, they're proposing to transfer about 20,000 acre feet of water. So that water would come into Folsom Reservoir. Reclamation will actually hold it in Folsom Reservoir. And then there's a release schedule that's typically submitted by the transferee, so whoever's buying the transfer water, and that ultimately makes its way down the American River into the Delta. Then it's picked up in the Delta and moved south of the Delta physically by pumping. And so that is a proposal that PCWA has and is just waiting their final approval from the State Water Resources Control Board to be able to initiate that transaction. So the stage 3 water warning conservation stage, just what is this? Obviously, if you wanted to read through the municipal code, you could, but what we wanted to do is obviously highlight kind of what that is for anybody that's listening or watching. This was announced Monday, August 16th. It does go into effect next Monday, the 30th. So we did want to have, a time period there where we can get the notices out initially, but also we understand that adjusting your controls in your front yard for your home is a lot different than, say an HOA, the city parks and rec, L&L, to go out to 50 different locations, 80 different spots to adjust those timing systems, commercial properties to get on a different schedule. So we did want to provide some time for an adjustment period for those that just don't have to go to our garage and make an adjustment. So that's why there is that 2-week period to allow for all this, plus enough time for us to get the word out and get information out to our customers. And you do want to be clear, this is only for Folsom Water customers. So we do have Folsom residents that receive water from San Juan Water District. This does not apply to them. Those are separate water resources and water supplies that are not owned and operated and treated by the city. So any requirements, so say American River Canyon North and South, any requirements, they would need to follow what San Juan Water District has in place. And it's my understanding, I believe tomorrow evening at their board meeting, they're going to discuss whether or not they should institute any mandatory requirements. Right now, they're under voluntary requirement, or not requirements if it's voluntary, but voluntary requests to reduce water usage. So the main restrictions in the city's stage 3 include 2 days a week for outdoor irrigation watering. Does not apply to drip irrigation, but this is on an odd, even schedule. One thing we did do this year, which is different than, say, the 2014, 2015 timeframe, is we did allow ornamental landscape watering to occur on, or at times when you had 2 or more consecutive days of 100 degrees or hotter. So that is something that's a little different. So that is allowed for our residents and our non-residential locations. And this doesn't apply to an establishment period of new landscaping. So there may be places that we're already in the process of reestablishing new landscapes, so we don't want that effort to necessarily go to waste for that particular customer. So if they need to do additional hand watering or anything like that, that is allowed for that new landscaping period. Restaurants to only serve water by request. Construction water usage, no matter where they are in the city, has to be approved by myself in terms of getting an application and a construction meter for their particular project. Pools, fountains, ponds should have recirculating pumps, and then only draining and refilling of pools is allowed if it's for structural maintenance or health-related reasons. What is the city doing? That is one question that we get quite a bit, and this is a visual representation of what people are likely to see if they visit our parks. If there are specific questions related to how this is done in all the different locations, I'm pretty sure Lorraine could answer them better than I can. But just to give a broad idea of what people would expect at parks is they're likely to see these areas that are walkways or passive, that aren't active areas. So areas that aren't soccer fields or ball fields, you're going to see some browning and some stressed landscaping or ornamental turf in those areas. This is very similar to what was done in 2014 and 2015. Our Parks and Rec staff and L&L staff did a lot of work to develop each of these plans for each particular location throughout the city. So that, will continue this year. But we do want to emphasize that, there are areas where we may have to water that might be passive areas because we have trees there, very mature trees that we do not want to lose, because that is a lot more pricey to fix than some turf areas that might be a little stressed. We are discontinuing fire hydrant and dead end water main flushing. So typically throughout the year, we will flush certain areas within the city on a routine basis. We try to get through the city on a 5-year timeline to get to all the dead end mains, just to clear any sediment that might build up in the pipeline. So we are going to discontinue that, because all that water is just physically flushed onto the asphalt and into the storm drain system. And so, visually, and obviously if we're asking our residents to conserve, we want to be showing that we're doing the same thing. Previous turf conversions will remain in place, and this is a lot of landscape medians.
I just have a quick question. Are there any repercussions to temporarily discontinuing the fire hydrant and dead-end water main flushing?
No, because what we'll have to do is just pick up more of it when the opportunity arises. So we may just have to compress our schedule, where we might have wanted to do it in a 4-month time period. We may have to just do more over, I shouldn't say compress the schedule, but just do more in a 4-month period next year, or just extend the schedule to 6 months. A lot of it will obviously depend on kind of what the outlook is later this winter and into next year.
Thank you.
Yep. Again, any of the previous conversions of turf or ornamental landscape in our median streetscapes, those are all going to remain in place. We are not going back and putting new ornamental turf in any of our streetscape locations. And I believe Lorraine and her team even have some locations on the books where either turf will be removed and drought tolerant or low water use plants will be installed or planted in those locations, and then converting certain areas from sprinkler systems to drip systems. So obviously becoming more efficient, in certain areas within the city that are, I know, on the list for to be fixed. And then obviously for us, monitoring and correcting any runoff that we have on public property. And I'm sure others can vouch, but we do get a lot of our see-click fix notices of trails in certain areas throughout the city where, and it's as simple as sometimes just a drip emitter popping off. And so we do appreciate the public notifying us, because they're usually in or on trails where we as staff aren't. And so it's nice that they can inform us so we can correct those areas as soon as we can. So communications, again, working with Christine and Chris on this, but I was informed that the new, because we had to update this to align with our stage 3, but that has hit the printers and will be mailed out to all of our water customers this week. So they should expect to get a 4-page pamphlet basically identifying what stage the city's in, and the various things that you can do at home, indoors and outdoors. It will also identify, there's a spot in there to focus on saving your trees. So hand watering your trees, because you do not want to lose, a mature tree and have something happen. And then on the back side, it identifies, okay, how you can reach out to the city as a customer and the different programs that the city offers for coming directly to your business or to your home.
I still say if you had a YouTube channel or a podcast, it would be very popular.
Yeah, I believe, and I'll have to double check, I believe we do have one, I don't think it's a YouTube video, but it is a video that our water conservation team made that identifies, the different, not necessarily rebate programs, but how they can help. And one of them, I think, is focused on sprinkler systems. And so maybe we'll just be sure that we're pointing that out to all of our customers. This, again, how is the city here to help? Contacting our water conservation team. People can track usage on the Drop Counter app if they don't have it. WaterWise house calls, so if you physically want our staff to come out and look at your irrigation system, your plumbing fixtures, we can do that. The rebates, we have, the smart controller rebate, irrigation efficiency upgrades, and high efficiency toilet rebates. And then just these are kind of the highlights of the water reduction strategies. Irrigating, obviously, the 2 times a week. You can obviously reduce the run times on your sprinkler systems, replacing leaky toilets or any leaking plumbing fixtures, or installing more efficient plumbing fixtures, shower heads, etc. So next steps, we actually are going to bring an item to the September 14th meeting that kind of outlines, a proposal for 2 new programs. One's not necessarily new to the city, but one that we haven't funded in the last couple of years, and that's Cash for Grass. And then the other is a smart home water monitor. And this is a particular unit that would identify if there's very low water usage going through your meter. So something that would actually catch like an automatic pool fill at your house, something, that low of a flow. And so that is something we will bring back to the September 14th meeting. And then obviously our continued weekly and monthly discussions with the Bureau of Reclamation, as well as our neighboring agencies.
All right, fantastic, thank you. Any questions, Sarah?
Yes. Marcus, you mentioned the C-Click Fix app, and I frequently see on Facebook, someone will take a picture of a broken sprinkler or water waste or whatever on private property, and people are like, oh, report that to C-Click Fix. What happens when a report comes that's private property? Do we make an effort to contact the property owner, or do we dismiss those, or what do we do?
I know, and I can only speak for our staff, and maybe if anybody else, any of the other department heads get these notices as well, is we will try to notify whoever the owner is of either owner of the property, or maybe we know who the property manager is. So we will try to reach out directly to the contacts that we have. And I don't know if it's different for any of our other departments, but I would imagine that's the same for any one of us.
Anything else? Carrie, any questions? Okay. Okay.
Okay, I think I'll make mine quick. If you don't mind, can you go to the, by the way, the smart meter home water monitor, thank you. Thank you so much. It's going to help a lot of people. All those runaway waters from the houses, it can detect and send them the several number of text messages, not one for every 15 seconds. Thank you. On number 6, I know in May, city issued an advisory to all Folsom residents, a 15% cut down. This council advised and approved. I just curious whether we have done anything as a city as a part of advisory. I know it's probably not you, and I'm very curious on that.
Okay, I, hate to put Lorraine on the spot as to either Parks and Rec or L&L. I think she's here.
Okay.
But she
Thank
can
you.
probably describe, some of the things we're doing, and I think some of it's probably just the planning for some of the replacement in certain areas of the turf medians.
Yeah, we have asked the entire city to do advisory, which is, so people were talking at that time, what did we do as a city? It's important, I can call Lorraine personally, but public has to see this, how we are working more.
That's all right. Oh,
Thank
good evening, Council. Lorraine Pigioni, Parks and Rec Director. Yeah, we actually have been working on several things. We're actually modifying several landscaping areas. We have plans to modify several in Broadstone and American River Canyon. We're also requesting that our landscape contractor reduce the mow height, or increase the mow height so that it's not as low, because when it's low, it's more exposed, and then you want to put more water on it. We're also changing the fertilizer application, and we're not going to use the nitrogen fertilizer for the areas we're going to brown out, because it won't need to be fertilized. And we're also changing the mix, the nitrogen mix, for the more active fields that we are going to fertilize. And that'll require less water as well. All of our irrigation controllers that are centralized, which means we can just go to our computer and change it, all of them, we've already started it. And it does take a while. It's kind of one of those, you can't stop the train in a second kind of thing. But we are adjusting all of our irrigation controllers, which are based on ETO. So they're already designed to not water if it's not needed. So we're adjusting those by 20%. So they will automatically be delivering less, the 20% reduction. So there's several things in place. And we also frankly have, 50 parks that are about 18 and 19 or so of them are very old. And so we're constantly chasing repairs and whatnot. So if you do see any over irrigated or mushy areas, I'm almost 100% sure we're aware of them, and we're putting together a fix, so.
Okay, so I do see the 20% for future, but my main point is from the May, did we do any, I know we applied the fertilizer. I just want to make sure, this is what we hear outside. I rather want to hear, from us. We put all the fertilizer for low water consumption, and we are reducing our controls, because they see it, our lawns are very green. But they're really not seeing it. We controlled the water usage from 8 minutes to 5 minutes through the fertilizer. Those are the things I really want residents to hear from. It is happening from the May. Those are the things I want to make sure people listening to it is, yes, city is doing, and it is going to do more aggressively, as per those ball fields and walkways and all those things.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lorraine, for
Yes, you're
clarifying.
welcome.
Rosario, any questions?
I do. I have a question. Marcus, on my lot, I have some 60-foot trees that are concerned. Does the city have trees that and they're all over the city, but that are concerned to you that maybe may not getting water, that at some point down the road when we have severe storms, then it becomes a risk?
I'm sure there are probably some located throughout the city that we could probably find and identify that are a concern even in a normal year. And then this year obviously makes it that much tougher. And that's one of the reasons why we had kind of a special carve out in our mailer and on our notification that, hey, you may decide to turn off your sprinkler system altogether for your front yard. And in many cases, front yard trees are irrigated by your sprinkler system. And so that's why we wanted to put a focus on, well, if you decide to do that, still maintain your tree, still do as much as you can to maintain that. We did provide a link to, I think it's the Sac Tree Foundation, that shows, okay, even in more detail, if you have this type of particular tree of this age, here are certain things you can do. Here's, what they call a soaker hose. Here's how you can put mulch around,
good.
how you can put mulch around your tree so that you can contain any watering you're doing to the trees itself. And I believe Amy and others actually hosted a a city webinar or a city discussion on the care of trees, whether you're newly planting the tree or they were mature trees. And so for us, the focus is on obviously the mature trees that are 30, 40, 50, 60 plus years old, and just ensuring that, okay, even if you're not watering the rest of your ornamental turf in your front yard or even other plants in your front yard, it is important to water your trees.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, I have one more follow-up, if that's
ahead.
okay with you. Okay, thank you. Marcus, the other more common one out there in the community, yes, we have all the water rights. I think we might have asked this one before. We just want the double confirmation. If there is no water in the lake, knock on wood, that's not the case,
Sorry.
is Folsom has equipped to get the water pumped to us through our contracts. That has been, one you have already answered, Placer can release water to Folsom Lake, can be used because we can only use the surface water. So if there is no water in the lake, is Folsom has the capabilities to get the water pumped to us and we can consume.
So are you, I guess the question is, do you literally mean that Folsom Lake is completely dry and there's absolutely no water in the lake?
Yes, sir.
It would be a challenge, honestly, to serve our customers if there was absolutely no water in Folsom Lake, because we have interties with a couple agencies that have groundwater, but we're probably talking into, 10 to 15, maybe 20% of what we would need. But if there's absolutely no water in the lake, we're not the only ones that would not have access to water.
There's a whole series of other operational problems that would be damaging to the lake itself if the Bureau of Reclamation let it get to zero.
Yeah.
So it's unlikely that they would ever do that.
What's the bottom line, Marcus?
Yeah.
When are the pumps exposed? The intakes exposed, rather.
So the intake elevation's at 319 feet. Typically, if reclamation saw the lake level get to 330 feet, 319 feet's about 110 maybe thousand acre feet, roughly. So if they, that's 330. If they, 319 is, I want to say about 80,000 acre feet. So if they got to about 110,000 acre feet, that's when delivery through the existing intake becomes difficult. Because they end up pumping air into their pumps and into the pipelines. But they do have a floating pump system that was installed in 2015 and was physically operated in 2015 as a test to see if it worked, which it did. If they had to do that, Reclamation physically has those in their yard and is prepared. They have a contract that they're working through to have somebody physically ready to go if they needed to install those. And I would imagine that in the October timeframe, they would probably have enough information to give the green light to a contractor to install those. And that could actually deliver water to the city and meet what we would typically see as late fall or winter demands from our customer base. But if there's absolutely no water in the lake, that's a scenario that, I obviously don't want to ever happen. But would be very difficult, not only for the city, but for anybody that uses water from the reservoir.
From the reservoir. No, I agree on that. I know we can only speak for Folsom here. So I'm hoping, because it is hitting again in last 4 years, we were at that situation. You saw the nice cross going. So probably city has to seriously consider. We will talk that again. There is a last agenda item about the American Rescue dollars are coming and anything we can do. I just want to put this, yes, there will be a challenge. Not only us, other people, I get that, but just want to, put this in front of everyone. Thank you.
Okay, on that black note, let's move on.
Moving on to item number 4, Historic District Parking Solutions Quarterly Update.
Okay, I just want to, just before we get started on this one, this is a report by the staff to the City Council on what is happening with the material that was prepared by the ad hoc parking committee. Once we have that presentation, we will actually have an opportunity for public comment on it. Just need to be clear that we are not taking any specific action tonight. We are receiving a report. We may end up asking for some other actions to take place going forward, but it's, that's the purpose of this meeting right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Pam Johns, Community Development Director. And as the Mayor mentioned, this is the first of what we expect will be many quarterly reports that are essentially providing an informational update on the implementation of parking solutions for the historic district. So tonight, together with Mark Rackavan, we will represent the city team that just shares progress and status on several items that we've been working on over the last year, essentially. And this came not just because we felt a need to be transparent in sharing the information, but also for all of the ad hoc committee members and stakeholders and decision makers that have been involved in the process. This is a good opportunity for us to just share out and give people an opportunity to provide some comments. And then, you know, the expectation, as you mentioned, Mayor, is that council may have a desire to ask for something to come back in more detail or for subsequent action, but it's just it's a transparent informational item. And so with that, we're going to start with a little bit of background. Just reminding you all that about 2.5 years ago, the City Council appointed an 11-member ad hoc committee for the Historic District Parking Solutions to explore the possible solutions for both traffic and parking concerns in residential and commercial areas of the district. This committee was dedicated and met monthly for about a year. They asked great questions. They asked for research. They requested case study information. They had, good debates. And at the end of the day, they came up with a set of recommendations that they brought back to this council. They did that in June of last year during the start of the pandemic. And the committee recommended what we called a portfolio approach, or a comprehensive package of solutions to implement and adopt over time. And you may recall that at that time there was a lot of appreciation for the work and pulling it all together in one place. And yes, we have a plan moving forward. And staff, we expect you're going to bring things back to us as necessary. And so again, this is just a reporting, but we do expect that we will be bringing things back to you, bigger items as they get going. So this portfolio approach, just a reminder, we had some short-term high priorities that were identified and short-term low priorities. The timeline that was discussed by the committee for these items was essentially about a 2-year period, but we've had a pandemic and that has obviously changed things quite a bit. Then the longer term priorities that were listed were expected to be more in the 5 to 10 year period. And that was something I see that we have 2 committee members in the audience tonight, both Karen Holmes and Jim Snooks. And I think Karen made that clarification during the last discussion about the timeline. And that was really just a framework for everyone to understand what timelines they were discussing. And then there were ongoing and existing solutions. One thing was clear when we were talking about each of these items is that they all had a relationship to one another, and that some solutions would have a ripple effect, that some solutions we didn't know how effective they would be, and that we might need to try something, a pilot something, and then decide that it didn't work and try a different solution. So it wasn't a list that was 1 through 20, start with 1 and work your way down. And I think that was really important to just remind us about that solution. So I'm going to talk about a few of the items, more of a large-scale overview, and then Mark's going to get up and talk about some of the more nuanced or detailed items in more detail with you. So we have, and I'm going to just go to the next slide for a second, we have an implementation matrix. So at the request of ad hoc committee members, stakeholders, and other, just interested residents, we have put together 2 different pages on our website, one through the commissions and committees page and one through community development planning historic resources page that gives background about the committee and the work with their reports, studies that were presented during that time, and then this implementation matrix, which provides some detail about what we've been doing since that report was made public. So that is attached to your report, and I don't intend to go through it and read it, but rather I'm just going to highlight a few things. So a team of city staff have been meeting with Elaine every month for the last year. We've been meeting with stakeholder groups to coordinate certain specific items, and that includes all of the key stakeholder groups, HEFRA, the Merchants Association, and HPL in the historic district to talk about some of these solutions and ideas. We've submitted grant funding applications. Some have been successful, some are still pending, primarily for pedestrian improvements, wayfinding, and other types of infrastructure improvements. There's wayfinding signage improvements that have been done because they were easy to implement in short order, and also some that were funded in the current budget. Mark's going to talk about those in a few minutes. We did some security updates, and those were primarily to the parking structure with cameras that are connected to dispatch, so monitored and connected to PD dispatch. We have traffic calming that has been done in the parking structure in response to concerns about traffic and speeding and you know, all kinds of nefarious behaviors within the parking structure. We have implemented some ride share locations and loading and curbside pickup zones and signs. Some of those were really in response to the pandemic, and some of them were always part of the plan for what we were going to do. We have updated parking maps for employees and visitors. So this is the city preparing essentially what we're calling a toolkit for use by and distribution primarily by employers, but you know, updated to include things like restriping of Traders Lane. We've made progress on residential parking considerations, and Mark's going to talk more about that in a few minutes. And then finally, we've put the web page up with background information as I described. We have notified the ad hoc committee and stakeholder representatives about the implementation matrix, about these quarterly meetings, and the opportunity for them to come and hear the information, share ideas, and then certainly be involved in any follow-up that gets directed by the city council. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mark Rackman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Mark Rakovan, your engineering manager with the Public Works Department. Tonight I would like to focus on 5 specific areas within the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. It's by no means the only items that we could discuss this evening, just 5 that we wanted to get some feedback from the council and give the public an opportunity to also weigh in. So the first one, as Pam mentioned, is the enhanced wayfinding and signage. So what we're talking about here are the signs that are currently mounted on the parking garage and the accompanying sensors that give the public an indication of how many spaces are available in the parking garage at any given time. And then those are augmented currently by 4 entryway signs entering the historic district to again give people advance notice that the parking garage either is or is not full as they're approaching the district, so that they can make an informed decision about where they might find parking. Our recommendation, and it is funded in our budget for this year, would be to install the same sensors on the 4 public parking lots in the districts. We're talking about Traders Lane, the lot below the Sutter Steakhouse, and then the 2 light rail lots north and south of Liedesdorf. And then those lots would also have entryway signage to let people know if there are spaces available in the lots. And more importantly, the gateway signs, the 4 gateway signs, would all be expanded to show all of the public lots in the district, so that, again, motorists would be able to make an informed decision about where parking is available. And then those signs would be supplemented by guidance arrows, whether it's in the forms of signs or pavement markings or some combination thereof. Again, all just to allow the motorists to understand their is or is not parking available at any given time and where it is best located. So the second item is called a pilot residential parking program. It's important to understand that as the way our municipal code is currently written, we do not have the legal authority to issue permits and enforce permit parking in a residential area. It is possible. It just would require an amendment to the municipal code or a resolution, some action by the city council to authorize such a thing. And we do have, as part of our efforts over the last year, we did establish a draft framework for consideration at some point. But at this point, I think working with some residents in the historic district, the concept was floated of a short-term, limited scope pilot to see if some form of signage and possibly enforcement could be helpful in some of the residential areas. And you will probably hear from some residents from the group with possibly a very specific recommendation for a pilot. And depending on how that discussion goes and the will of the council, we may need to come back to you at some point with a specific resolution authorizing a specific pilot program. Third item is shuttle and valet service, and this is a sort of a companion to the wayfinding. If we can encourage people to go to the available parking, what is usually available down at the parking structure and the light rail lots, primarily on the peak weekend hours, the idea is to augment that by having shuttle services to take those parked patrons and shuttle them to points throughout the district. Currently, there is one such service provided by one particular business owner, and it's kind of colloquially known as the surfer shuttle. The idea here would be to expand those services or to encourage the expansion of those services. I don't think the recommendation from staff is for the city to take that on, but certainly to, if we were interested in doing something like that, we'd recommend facilitating something like that from a private entrepreneur. There are challenges associated with that. We'd need to know the types of vehicle, whether or not they're street legal. Obviously, the person organizing something like that would need appropriate insurance. But these are all challenges that could be overcome fairly straightforward. Valet was provided by one particular restaurant in the district up until recently. Apparently it wasn't being very well utilized, and so they're no longer doing it. But again, this is an area where perhaps the city could seed such a program if we felt that it would be helpful as a district-wide solution. Possibly just getting something off the ground with some city financial support and then seeing if it could take off on its own from there. Parking enforcement, always critical to any parking implementation plan. Prior to COVID, the CAPS were very diligent about doing parking enforcement, primarily of the time limit parking in the district. That program was one of the programs suspended during COVID, just for the safety of the people participating in the program. But they are up and running again, and they are available to do the parking enforcement in the district. And again, they have been a valuable resource in enforcing the time limits. Some of the challenges that we face, though, occur very late at night in the residential areas on weekends, and we don't always have CAPS available at those times. So if we were to implement any sort of time limits or restricted parking in the residential area, we may want to consider either having other city staff authorized to do parking enforcement, whether that's code enforcement or some of our maintenance personnel, or to contract with a private company to perform those services. Tied to this is currently the parking fine is extremely low. I believe it's only $25 if you receive a parking citation. We've heard anecdotally that there's some people that are more than happy to pay $25 to sit in a time limit parking spot for an extended period of time. So one area we might want to consider is upping that fine to something that's, a little more unpalatable. And then I would also recommend that whatever we do, we should try to find a mechanism for keeping citation revenue in the historic district so it can be used for other parking solutions in that district rather than vanishing into the general fund. And then lastly.
One thing, Mark, I was thinking is that as you have signs that give you the data, then that can drive maybe the volunteerism from CAPS to where you know that there are peak times that the garages get full, where it may overflow into the residential areas where you want to monitor. Then that's where I think the data could be valuable.
That's a great point, thank you. And the last area that we wanted to highlight for you this evening is whether or not the city should consider retaining a professional parking consulting firm to further develop and implement the parking management plan. This could be a very helpful solution in driving us towards implementing these plans and getting towards our goal of whatever if it's another parking structure or a more comprehensive parking management strategy. However, there are several elements of such a plan that we don't have consensus on right now, and it would be in our best interest to work with the stakeholders in the district to get those locked down, whether it's things like in lieu fees for development. Do we want to have a permit parking program in the residential area? Are there other fees that could be generated on a regular basis to start building up a reserve towards a future parking structure or whatever other solution? And so I think it would be important before we go out and issue an RFP and seek a consultant, we would recommend that we really buckle down and have a workshop and get those things resolved.
Do you have an idea of what a consultant would cost?
I don't right now. If I were to wager a guess, or I would say it probably would be in the $100,000 to $150,000 range, depending on the scope, right? If there are things that we can break off and handle internally and not require a consultant to perform those services, we can save ourselves a bit. But I think it would be in the $100,000 to $200,000 range.
Thank you.
And with that, I have nothing else for you. I'm happy to answer any questions. Pam is, of course, also available.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you both. I guess let's see if there's any specific questions from the council and then ask for our public comment. Sarah, anything? Carrie?
I'm good.
Okay, great. Okay.
I'll wait for public.
Okay. Rosario?
No question.
All right, fantastic. So we have one bit of public commentary that was sent to us in a letter, which the clerk is going to read, and then any others that would like to comment generally on what is presented as an update tonight, you're welcome to come up after that.
Okay, the first letter is from Bob Delp, who writes, Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Bob Delp and I live in the Historic District. When the Ad Hoc Parking Committee's report was presented in June of 2020, individual council members complimented the committee's effort, but no council decision was made to adopt or endorse the committee's recommendations. Any such decision would require a hearing to receive public input. Some of the committee's recommendations have merit, while others would be ineffective or have unintended consequences that have not been fully assessed. The authority by which staff is proceeding with implementation of the committee's recommendations is questionable. Nevertheless, I am taking this opportunity to provide input to the council regarding safety issues associated with the parking situation and to urge the city to avoid making the existing situation worse. Concerns about parking in the historic district are not limited to parking capacity. Public health and safety is directly affected by the existing parking situation. Vehicles parked along residential streets with no sidewalks force pedestrians into the street where vehicles travel. Residential streets in the historic district are frequently crowded with parked vehicles, as well as drivers looking for places to park and drivers cutting through the neighborhoods attempting to avoid congestion on Riley Street. In my opinion, the health and safety risk associated with these existing factors is the most important parking issue in the historic district. While the city looks for ways to address these existing circumstances, every effort should be made to avoid making the situation worse. In just the past year, the Community Development Department has recommended approval of projects in the historic district that would exacerbate existing parking and public safety issues. This practice must end. At a minimum, any applicant for a project that does not directly meet its parking obligations in compliance with the municipal code should be advised that city decision makers will be unable to make the third finding required for a parking variance due to adverse effects on public health, safety, and welfare. If, even after receiving that advice, such a project is pursued, staff should present the project to city decision makers with a staff recommendation for denial on the grounds that the required findings for a variance cannot be made, and city decision makers must deny the project for that same reason. I moved to the historic district for the quality of life offered by a combination of neighborhood character, nearby recreational opportunities, convenient restaurants, and unique retail and entertainment opportunities. I want the historic district commercial area to thrive. However, I do not intend to stand by and passively watch the continued erosion of neighborhood quality of life and increased threat to public health and safety from projects that increase the parking burden on this community. I look forward to participating in the city's effort to find ways to address the existing parking challenges in the historic district and to avoid making them worse. Thank you for your consideration, Bob Delp.
Okay. Those two came in.
Okay, and we have two other requests to speak from members of the audience. First will be Karen Holmes, who will be followed by Michael Reynolds.
Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello. Normally I'm very verbal and I can speak to people easily. And you guys, I fall apart when I get up here. So hang on. But I just want to say this parking situation, I am so happy to hear that you guys are moving on it. I understand that a pandemic happened and you couldn't make any action happen with the ad hoc committee's recommendations. But I'm so glad to hear that things are beginning to move forward. And I think honestly, the truth is that the neighborhood and FHDA, people in the historic district, in spite of the fact that the ad hoc committee's meetings ended, there has continued to be conversation about parking in the historic district. And there's more consensus and more feeling that we're on the same page down in the district. And it's so good to hear that you guys are here and thinking about that. And I hope that you will look forward to hearing from us as we will look forward to hearing from you, because we are really looking forward. I never imagined in my wildest life aspirations that parking would be something that I could speak eloquently about. But I am very glad to be able to be a part of this solution. And honestly, the historic district has grown in so many beautiful ways recently. And if we can get a handle on this parking thing and get a parking management plan that will help the historic district grow gracefully, then I think we're on the right path. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
You did well.
Next speaker is Michael Reynolds.
Mayor, council.
Good evening.
I am equally as intimidated by this luminary body. First I want to thank Pam and Mark for the presentation they did tonight and the committee's ongoing work. The second level of detail was good to see. I came in here on the 27th to give an update on the community meeting that the residents had. And subsequent to that, Mark and I had a good working session and have translated that to what I feel like is a next level straw man detail that is probably ready to, I say, get out of the blocks. And so I'm trying to, I guess, encourage the council to let's take this from a paper study to let's identify, the actions, the resources, the schedules, and try and get this pilot moving, because I don't think it's that complicated, to try and do this. And so, where there are complications, let's get those identified so that we can sort of work through them. Secondarily, sort of echo what Karen said, there is a working group of stakeholders now that includes the chamber, the residents, the the merchants, the developers, that we sort of have this, if we don't succeed together on parking, we're not going to make progress. And so to the tune of that group is ready, willing, and able to help because you need communication, you need obstacle removal, you need help giving the sort of the details. And I feel frustrated sometimes because I don't see the path for that team to engage and sort of work through the details. And 3 minutes is just inadequate to sort of get to that. So I'm hoping that sort of in Mark's sense of, he called for a one-day thing. I think a more tractable, progress would be, can we do an ongoing type work group where, on some periodic basis, we will sift through the actions, help with, these are places where that we might run into rocks. Here's how we would go overcome those. Help needed from the stakeholders in the district who are actually the customers, and sort of use that as a way to move forward. And so anyway, and then last thing, I see the idea of a management consultant coming in and giving an overview, and I appreciate that there may be an element of that that would be useful on a 1 or 2 day engagement, but I feel like those kind of things end up drawing out schedules. And given the group of the people that we have that represent the majority of stuff that has to go on, I feel like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that could be attacked without having to have somebody come in and tell us the things that we need to go do.
Well,
So that's
well
it.
said. Well, Mike, maybe you could, regardless of the time, could you just kind of elaborate a little bit on your comment about your conversation with Mark vis-a-vis the pilot suggestion that came out of after his discussion?
So, when we came in, we said, we kind of bucketed into 3 things. We said the residents have bought into the idea of having some type of signage. At the time, I think they had an adversarial reaction to permits. They wanted some type of enforcement in order just to make sure that there was a way to do it if necessary, and that they wanted it to be a pilot across, like a 3 to 6 month duration. Okay, that's the starting point. So then Mark and I go through it, and what you have to figure out is, okay, where are the challenges going to be? Mm-hmm. And for instance, the residents had said, let's do no parking at any time. But once you get into that, first, you're now going to require some type of enforcement that's available across that 24/7 continuum. That's expensive and hard to manage. And so we said, well, as we were kind of through the challenge, we said, what if we narrowed it down to, say, Friday at 6, which intercepts the start of the happy hour, through 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays. Now you've bucketed the window when you need to have enforcement. We talked about what are the tickets. We talked about the need for permits because the residents now have to identify which vehicles are theirs, because otherwise enforcement has no means to issue citations to know who should be there and who should not. We'd have to have some probably kind of guest passes or something to identify a guest car inside of those windows. Those are sort of the details. We said, let's take this next level of what do we think has to happen in order to make it a tractable sort of plan that we could go implement. And based on what I can hear tonight, I will then update the residents on here's what we're planning to go do, and if I can add a schedule to it, that'd be great, but at least I'll let them know what the framework is.
So do you feel like the residents have more of a consensus now about the permits themselves? Because I walked away from that meeting with the distinct impression that they were willing to try a signage program, and that anything more than that was going to have to take some more convincing.
Yeah, I mean, I took that same feeling. The thing that I think, that Mark educated me on, that I think once they see, the points that he has made, which is to have it like we're on My Street on Liedesdorf, where we have sort of no parking, but essentially no enforcement, but we also have no traffic.
Right.
And so when you go to this really dense area where it won't take people very long to figure out if there's no enforcement that this is just a paper tiger, and then all of a sudden you've lost the whole data control that you wanted for the pilot. And so if the city code requires there to be something that identifies the vehicle in order to have enforcement, then by default they're just going to have to acquiesce to that point. And so they may or may not like it, but it's just going to be a fact of, if you want this, here's the tangible facts you're going to have to deal with.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, again, I don't know that I might not get some blowback on that, but I just think that it's like, this is the way it's got to go. And so
I think
either
it
you
is
want or you
assured
don't.
that we will get some blowback on that.
But
Okay.
anyway, so, I think that we have a pretty decent structure for how we might do that. But the one thing that if I take that and co-join it with the working group as we went through and prioritized the items that were in the list, is you start to find that to do one and then not start doing some of the others,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a theory of constraints problem, that if you don't hit the next boundary where there's also constraints, then it sort of just ends at the edge. And so like the wayfinding signs and stuff will start to be important of if you're not going to let them park here, you really want to show them how to get to the garage, right? So it isn't just a matter of how many spaces there are, but how do I get to that?
Right.
And so does that mean I need Apple Maps and Google Maps to start telling people where to go park? You know, there's just all these little teeny things that need to be executed, I think, along with it to get us the right kind of response that we want from people visiting the district.
Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, well said.
Okay.
Okay. I guess, you know, for my part, if I may take the opportunity to comment first on this, I think that, you know, the items that Mark brought up this evening are good ones for us to be pressing ahead on in terms of having a, you know, suite of activities that we can be improving things with. I will say that I think that some of the speed bumps should be taken out of the parking garage because they are doing a more adequate job than is necessary.
Yeah, I actually had my neighbor call me and tell me, he said, take your Audi and go to the historic district parking lot. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that.
You have to talk to Officer Aquino about that.
Officer Aquino, yeah. Well, those the problem we were having with the parking garage was little tuner cars, so those parking speed bumps are absolute barriers to that kind of car. So, but my pickup truck bounces all over crazy when I drive them. So on that light note, though, I will say that if I can just kind of comment on the parking quantity signage, kind of on the vein of what Mr. Reynolds was saying there at the end, if we're trying to drive people towards the parking that we want them to use, I would actually probably leave the Scott Street lot off of that line altogether like it doesn't exist, because you can be assured that it is full. I've never personally found a parking spot in that lot myself, so it would be better to just not send people to that part of the historic district looking for parking. That's my opinion, at least. And then as it relates to doing a pilot project on Figueroa in the historic district to try and find some relief for the residents that are closest to the commercial part of the district and to kind of train people to park down in the commercial part of the district, I think that's completely sensible, and it may or may not be the long-term solution, but putting all the tools in place like you talked about, Mark, in terms of, you know, the actions that we will have to take to adjust the, you know, city ordinances and stuff like that, I think are worthwhile activities for us to pursue. So, Sarah, do you have thoughts on this topic?
I have a few comments. I say no to a parking consultant. I just don't think it's necessary to spend the money, and I think we've got plenty of, you know, smart people in this room, Mark, Pam, Hefra, FHDA, we can figure out some solutions. I am more than happy to support a pilot permit parking on Figueroa. It will be interesting to find out how far those cars get pushed out, because it does happen in my neighborhood, which is across from Vista Del Lago High School. The parking was restricted for students, and you know, it's interesting to see how far they're willing to walk when when the parking right around the neighborhood is not available. I can also tell you that my mom's neighborhood in Fair Oaks, residents, you have to have a sticker that goes on your driver's side window to indicate that you can park on the street there. I like the idea of a hop-on, hop-off shuttle that just makes a continuous loop, and it has maybe, you know, 6 stops or whatever that it just does over and over and over again. I am also interested in exploring, I know this idea has been brought up to me by residents, the possibility of an in lieu fee for projects if somebody wants a variance and they're not willing to provide the parking spaces. I don't know the feasibility about that, but I'd be interested in learning. I have to say, Mark, I'm sorry, but I never look at those digital signs. I never notice how many spaces they have available. I've never been to the parking garage and not been able to find a parking spot. I also would say that I think it's interesting, since the beginning of COVID, since we've added the parklets, I haven't heard one complaint, not to me personally, and I haven't seen it on social media, about a lack of parking in the historic district. I think, people like the atmosphere down there so much when the streets are closed and that kind of promenade feeling that you don't mind parking a couple blocks away. And I think that's a large part of it is we have to figure out how to change the culture where you don't expect that you're going to be able to park right in front of the restaurant or right in front of the store. And the example I always use is nobody in this room would drive down to the state capitol and think you're going to pull up right in front of the building. You just don't. You're going to have to, circle around a couple times. You're going to have to pay for parking. You're going to have to walk a couple blocks. It just is what it is. And I love the signs on the bike trails that are what I consider a little bit more clever and colorful, the don't knock your noggin, wear a helmet, that type of sign. And I always think that, maybe rather than the digital signs, we have something that says, park in the garage and walk to dinner. You can order dessert or, something clever that gets people laughing and show some humor or,
You're only 100 calories away from the
yeah,
Sutter Street
yeah,
Steakhouse.
exactly. I just think that we could be really creative and clever with it and have some fun with it. So those are my comments. I think this is going in a good direction. Thank you.
Yeah. I second the thought that we do not need a consultant at this point. I think we have plenty of smart people in the room as well. Carrie, any thoughts on this?
No, it's only the whole thing about just a reminder that there's a reason why we have prohibited charging for parking in Folsom. And I don't know that I would be willing to let that go. There are people that have paid for parking, but as those of us who have done that in the parking structure, wherever it was, it's a voluntary contribution to a 501c3 during an event. And I'm just going to remind everybody, the reason why we have that prohibition of charging for parking was because we did not want the state of California to come and take our $20 million parking structure because it was built with redevelopment agency funds. And I'm not sure that we're clear of that hurdle yet. Okay. We did this during a time when the city of Sacramento was getting or increasing parking rates in order to pay for the city's portion of the arena. Mm-hmm. And so I think that because that is ongoing, that will be in the minds of those people that sit in an elected offices in the Capitol building, and I don't want somebody coming and taking over control of that parking structure. If we think we're having a hard time getting people to park in there now when it's free, wait till they have to pay for it.
Do you think anybody's suggesting paying?
The reason why we prohibited charging for parking in Folsom because the state of California.
No, I
is threatening
understand that,
to
but
take
I
the
haven't
parking
heard
structure.
anybody suggest that we should start charging for parking.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either.
There's been discussions about it, whether the fees would be paid. I've had people tell me we should have parking meters. I'm getting this feedback personally.
Oh, okay.
I'm not that I'm having
I
conversations.
think we're
the
with
ad
you
hoc.
on that one, because honestly, the best thing we can do to drive people to the garage is make it the easiest place to park, and less cost, so. Very good. YK, thoughts?
But Kerry is saying penalty is okay, right? If there is no parking and somebody parks, enforcement issues a ticket.
Yes.
That should be okay.
That's different.
That's completely different.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pam, thank you so much. I know now we have a quarterly updates. I know it has been a while and everyone was eagerly looking for it, and we are here. Thank you. Dave, thank you for that graphs and all those. It is helping us everyone to figure it out how many vacancies are there on a peak 1 to 5 days, 6 days period. Mark, I think only one thing about the enforcement. I know we are talking about even going out and hiring some consultants or enforcement. My recommendation is see whether we can beef up the CAPS program. It is purely volunteer. We have some of the great CAPS volunteers here. Judy has been, and anybody here, thank you for being. And also on the enforcement part, I know recently we have hired, thank you, Elaine, for giving $40,000 to our police chief to hire the college students as a cadets. They hired a commander and Chris, thank you so much there. So see whether we can get those 1 or 2 added. It is very encouraging, and they can do the similar job for $15,000 or $30,000, whatever it is, takes. So I'm just going to throw some of those ideas. And I did hear what Mike, you mentioned, whether residents wants from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday. If it is a holiday season, that's where we have the largest problem in town. And by 5 o'clock, it is dark. Not many people can see the sign. Maybe think about, some flashing during that time. no parking. It is a solar operated, it is visible. People won't make mistakes if they know it. Otherwise, in the night, they can't read the sign and they put it and they're unhappy with the $30,000, $40,000 tickets. Those are my suggestions or comments. Otherwise, thank you so much for bringing this. My last comment is maybe collaborating with our businesses, encouraging the employees to park at those parklets. Somehow it has to constantly go, whether city can collaborate with our employees, issuing those request notifications, some sort of small enforcements. If employees working in the historic districts can park at least, that's going to be a big relief as well. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Rosario.
Yeah, so as a business owner in the historic district now for almost 6 years now that I've been down there, I have a very good idea of the problem that comes with the historic district parking. And I think that implementing these topics that we talked about today, I think will be a great start. I personally don't think we need a consultant right now. I think the implementation of some of these items will help get people to park in the park, into the parking structure. Ideally, I think this the high peak times, Friday and Saturdays, that brings the most issue where people want to park a block away from the steakhouse. There are certain areas that are I would say the problem areas. I would totally support a permit, that not 3 hours, because I'll go move my car in 3 hours and then the problem will still persist, but, on a 1 hour basis. So yeah, I think this is a great start to getting some of the problems resolved down there that I think have frustrated people for 20 years. So good start.
Awesome.
All right, terrific.
Awesome. Well, if you want unanimous no on the consultant, my vote is also no on the consultant. I'm just kidding.
Okay. So I think, I guess, Elaine, if I can address you, it sounds like we have some pretty good consensus to press ahead on the list of sort of, the immediate things to press forward further on. I think it would be useful to, based on what Mark's time is like, to have him continue to, collaborate with FHDA and HEFRA as he moves ahead with sort of discreetly coming up with that permit or signage program pilot, however that works.
Okay, so on the, thank you, everyone. So on the permit parking program, that's not currently allowed by our code.
Yeah.
So maybe our city attorney could step us through the process if we were to bring back at at a future meeting, what would need to happen with with the item that would need to be considered by the city council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the city council. It's certainly doable, and we can bring a resolution to the council without changing the municipal code, being that this is a pilot program, a short-term test program to roll it out. So we will rely on Mark and his expertise to put together details for the council to consider, and more importantly, how to enforce it.
Sure.
Because if the council was to have a permit program that's enforceable, that's more than just posting the signs. That's actually having an officer there to issue citations for folks who are there unlawfully. And in doing so, we are also making a decision to let a community know that this is no longer a place where members of the public can park on public street, unless they are residents with a permit displayed on their vehicles. And we'll have to talk about how to issue and how many guest parking permits that the city would be willing to consider issuing.
Yeah, no, there's obviously a whole series of interlinked changes and resolutions that would need to come forward. For my part, I've had that discussion with Mark and have a sense of it. Does anybody have any questions about what the city attorney has brought up?
No, I think the only comment I want to make, if we want to do a pilot, I know usually the historic districts is holiday season is more painful, November, December. Just keep that, I'm just request with, city manager and our team, see whether we can bring that before holidays. That way they can really test the pilot, whether it is working or not.
So just for clarity, the pilot, it would be residential only?
That's what needs to be determined. We're going to need to have some proposals brought back to
Okay,
us.
yeah.
That's why I said we weren't going to really decide anything specific
Yeah.
tonight, but we do have to decide to, let's pursue investigating this fully, and let's pursue what the, the actual actions that we need to take are to put the tools in place to be able to implement whatever it is that is recommended.
That's correct, Mr.
So we're
Mayor.
giving Mark a bunch of homework ultimately.
What I'm hearing is an enforceable pilot permit program for a short duration to test it out.
Yeah, I'm not personally all that hung up on the duration. It can be a relatively long duration, but it needs to be one that we can bring to a conclusion if it's not working the way we hoped it would.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And just question, Steve, so something like that would get residential input and also merchant input, correct?
Absolutely. You will
Yeah.
you will be heard in open session before the council.
Yeah, it'll,
Yeah,
it'll
that's why
have to
we
come
were-
back to us.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we were strongly making the point that tonight is not an action item, because we want to be certain that, both our merchants and our residents have an opportunity to weigh in on a concept like that. And we will also, as part of this report back, point out the financial considerations, because this is something that was not contemplated within our police workload, for example. Additional positions or additional hours weren't contemplated. So, these things have a cost that needs to be paid for somehow, somewhere. So
course.
this will be a report back along those lines as well.
Okay, good. Well, if I can just tie this one up with one last comment, I'd like to thank Karen for putting together the best phrase of the evening, which is let's learn to grow gracefully. Thought that was beautiful. So thank you very much. All right, let's move on to the consent calendar. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next is your consent calendar. Just as a reminder, item 15 has been continued off calendar.
Okay, are
I'll
there
move
any
consent.
others?
I'll second.
I still have a comment on 15. I don't know whether I can wait for next meeting, that way whether they can hear it.
Let's wait until we're
Let's wait
actually
until it's
addressing that.
actually going to be acted upon.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion and a second to move items
5 through 21 with the
5 through
exclusion of
21.
15.
absent 15.
Council members Rodriguez,
Yes.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Chella,
Yes.
Howell,
Yes.
and Kozlowski.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, that takes you to your first public hearing this evening. This is item number 22, UCD Health Sciences Campus Development Agreement Amendment. This is at the northwest corner of East Bidwell Street and Street B with the project number identified. This includes ordinance number 1316, which will be introduction and first reading.
Thank you, Krista. Good evening, Mayor Kozlowski, Councilmember Steve Banks, Community Development Department. The project before you this evening is a request for approval of a development agreement amendment, amendment number 2, between the City of Folsom and the Regents of University of California relative to the future UCD Health Sciences Campus project. A little bit of background for you. The original development agreement for the Folsom Plan area was approved in 2014. A little over a year later, the first amendment to that development agreement was approved by the council, and that was between the City of Folsom and Eagle Commercial Properties. And obviously before you this evening is the request for the second amendment to the development agreement specific to the UCD Health Sciences Campus project. Earlier this summer in June, the Planning Commission approved a tentative parcel map as well as a planned development permit and design guidelines for 2 large commercial parcels within the Folsom Plan area. And the UCD site is one of the parcels that was created by this tentative parcel map that was approved by the commission in June. Here's a vicinity map of the Folsom Plan area, and I've highlighted the commercial area here. This is parcel 61 with parcel 77 just below it, and the UCD site is up in the northeast corner of that area. This is the parcel itself. It's a 34.5 acre parcel that was created by the parcel map that was approved in June. And again, this is the location for the future campus. This is a conceptual site design that was submitted to the city by UCD. They are anticipating development of a 400,000 square foot health sciences campus that would include a medical office building, a micro hospital, a surgery center, and also a hotel facility to serve patients and family members visiting both on the short and long term to the medical campus. And the UCD, the applicant, feels very strongly that this hotel is an integral part to this campus, and they compare it to the hotel that is in the Sacramento location for UCD, and they also have a hotel at the UCD campus in Davis that serves in a similar capacity, although not for medical purposes. Some of the key details of the development agreement before you this evening. Again, this is very similar to the Dignity Health Development Agreement Amendment, which came before the council fairly recently. The applicant is looking to incorporate their vested approvals, the 3 entitlements I mentioned that were approved by the Planning Commission in June. They're also looking, and this is a unique aspect of this development agreement, they're looking to exercise their authority as a land use agency granted by the state to move forward with the approvals that will come forward for development of the campus in the future. That being said, the applicant is agreeable to complying with the city's zoning code, as well as a Folsom Plan Area specific plan with some exceptions. And those exceptions, which are outlined in your staff report, are very similar, if not identical, to the exceptions that were approved for the Dignity Health Campus project. Some of those exceptions relate to building height, to building setbacks, to floor area ratios, and to parking. And again, all of those are outlined in your staff report. The DA is also intended to memorialize the applicant's commitment to pay all development impact fees, all connection fees, as well as all mitigation fees associated with the original environmental document. And lastly, the intent of the development agreement is to establish a time frame that is suitable for development of the campus. And in this case, they're looking to mimic the time frame for the original development agreement, which expires in June of 2044. Certainly, there are a number of benefits, obvious benefits, bringing a new major healthcare provider to the region to serve residents of Folsom, but also the region. There are significant benefits in terms of new employment generated for the city and the surrounding communities, economic benefits to the city. It represents also a very significant capital investment in the community by UCD. And again, this investment will probably take between 10 and 15 years, and perhaps the applicant can talk more about their time frame for developing this health sciences campus. The project did go to the Planning Commission. The commission engaged in lengthy discussions just regarding the partnership between the city and the applicant and how that would function, with the city obviously not being the decision-making body for this property. So there's a lot of discussion about how to engage the city and to get the city involved in that process. And the applicant, UC Davis, is more than willing to include the city in those processes, from site planning to architecture and design to review of the environmental document that would be required for development of this campus. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of the development agreement amendment to the City Council. And staff is forwarding that recommendation to you this evening. This is the first reading of this development agreement amendment, and there would be a second reading required. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. The UCD team is also here to introduce themselves to you this evening.
Any questions?
First of all, thank you. UC Davis has a world-class reputation, and we're thrilled that you've chosen Folsom. So, Steve, could you go back a couple slides to where it kind of shows the colored map? Or that's fine. Just the one question that I had, actually, go back to where it's more of the plan area. Yeah, okay. So, I think my question is about how people will access this property. I think the staff report says something about in order to come off of East Bidwell, it'll have to have approval from the staff or something like that.
That's correct.
Okay, so I assume that means it's going to be accessed by Alder Creek Parkway.
Correct.
And when I think back to the conversations that we had with Dignity Health, something that was a lot of discussion was about a traffic signal versus a stop sign versus a roundabout versus, that sort of thing. So knowing that they're their own government agency and they have autonomy in most of these things, who will make the decision about that sort of thing?
I would imagine the city would be engaged in related to any traffic mitigation measures, traffic signals. There'll be a traffic study obviously prepared for this project, and I would expect the city would be involved in the review of that traffic study and the subsequent environmental documents that have to be prepared.
Okay.
But again, UC Davis will be the ultimate decision-making body, but we're hopeful they'll engage with the city and expect that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Just to follow along Sarah's point,
Yeah.
They pretty much have autonomy on their property.
Right.
They don't have autonomy on our city streets.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
Correct.
they don't get to go out there and install a street light or a stop sign.
Right.
Only we can do that because
Correct.
it's our right of way. So they don't have as much autonomy in that respect. as
Okay,
you might
yeah,
think.
no, I understand that, but if you remember, like with Dignity Health, you know, our staff was wanting originally, not for the entrance to be here, but for you to go up a little farther, turn left, go around the, you know, that's the type of thing that I'm wondering about.
And I think Carrie is exactly correct. For any improvements on the right of way, the city would have the decision-making capability.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. YK, any questions?
Just want to thank you for the UC Davis team for choosing Folsom. I know last time we did it, we are emphasizing that one. Thanks.
Very good. Rosario? Okay. I
No
guess
questions.
I have a question for the applicant, and it has to do with the hotel. And I understand that what I've been told, at least thus far, is that that hotel is really intended for kind of internal purposes for people that are patients or family of patients or perhaps staff. Can you say with certainty that this hotel will not take a random guest who makes a reservation ahead of time who's not fall into one of those three categories? Or is there some hybrid operation to it? So that's really a question for the applicant. I want to understand the operation of the hotel. Because ultimately, I'm going to ask you the question about participating in the transient occupant tax that's local to Folsom. So, thank you. I'm asking the applicant to come up and answer that question. And I apologize, I'm not trying to nibble around the edges of your project. I am very excited that you've decided to plant yourself here. It's a great project, and I just want to make sure I understand it, is all.
Well, that's great. If, Mr. Mayor and council members, if I could set us up with a bit of background, and then
Absolutely,
any other
yeah.
questions, we can take those, particularly the hotel question.
Very good.
And thank you for this opportunity. And this warm welcome for UC Davis and the city of Folsom. My name is Matt Dulcich. I am the Director of Local Government Relations for UC Davis, and I also assist with environmental planning and site development for projects. With my colleagues here tonight, we would like to answer any questions that you have, and we view UC Davis as an ongoing member of the Folsom community in terms of healthcare, and see a bright future for UC Davis and the city of Folsom. So with that, my colleagues here tonight are Mark Ruthheiser, our Executive Director of Real Estate Services, and then also Creed Campa and Brett Mitchell, leading the project management team.
Welcome, one and all.
So, if I could catch my breath with my mask on.
Take your time.
The proposed property is a key focus for UC Davis and consists, like you heard, of approximately 34 acres at the intersection of Highway 50 and East Bidwell. We view the property as perfectly planned for medical office uses, a micro-hospital, a surgery center, and eventually a hotel. The property is undeveloped now, but is a key component of the Folsom Plan area and will be an important part of accomplishing the vision for mixed-use development in and around the exciting planned town center within the plan area. And, it is easy to imagine the town center and nearby uses becoming a vibrant part of Folsom and a highlight of the regional planning identity for the Sacramento area. In terms of long-term planning, this effort is a key for UC Davis in terms of regional healthcare. UC Davis continues to plan for regional healthcare needs given the population increases for the region. And UC Davis Medical Center has been the #1 hospital in Sacramento for the last 9 years and in the top 10 for the entire state of California for the last 7 years. Nationally, the UC Davis Medical Center is ranked in the top 50 for 9 specialty areas, including cancer, cardiology, and geriatrics. For UC Davis, we view access to healthcare as a critical component of health outcomes. The proposed expansion of services in Folsom will allow many Folsom patients to receive care close to home with a decreased need to travel to the Sacramento site. This access can help with easier scheduling and can also be much more convenient for receiving ongoing checkups, laboratory services, and other testing services. In terms of the development agreement, as mentioned by city staff, the proposed amendment would both clarify the typical UC land use autonomy and also guarantee implementation of the specific plan and zoning elements already completed by the city of Folsom. The amendment clarifies that UC Davis will pay the applicable development fees and mitigation measures. UC Davis will complete all upcoming steps that are typical for an environmental review, including full compliance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and completion of a full EIR with mitigation measures and a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. So that's the setup. And last, I did want to thank city staff for guiding this process and working carefully and quickly to review this proposed amendment to the development agreement. Staff were very clear in their efforts to look for win-win solutions, but also look for city interests and to guarantee that the development agreement provisions will be implemented at the UC Davis parcel. They have also been very helpful in avoiding ambiguous items that could have been uncertain during future implementation. We view the proposed amendment as ready and clear for implementation. And of course, some items might need future discussion, but with our experience working with staff and the Planning Commission, we are very confident that those items could be resolved with a collaborative and careful dialogue. So thank you again for this opportunity. We are available for any questions, and I'll turn to Mark Ruthheiser for the hotel question.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. So regarding the TOT in the hotel.
Yeah.
First of all, the TOT, as you know, is an obligation on the operator.
Correct.
You know, not the property owner.
Right.
And as a property owner, we typically don't operate hotels.
Okay, all right.
And so, and right now, as you can see from the plan up on the screen, the hotel is not included in any kind of first phase. Matter of fact, it's probably, if it happens, it would probably happen towards the end of the project.
Sure.
And so at that time, we would likely go out seeking an operator partner,
Okay.
or typically a ground lessee.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we would do at that time is, of course, engage the city and the operator and, you know, have those discussions as to how the TOT applies, to the extent, if there's other mechanisms perhaps at the time in lieu of the TOT. We've actually, with our hotel in on the Davis campus,
Yeah.
with the Yolo County and the city, we actually negotiated an alternative to the TOT. The university actually contributes to the Yolo County Visitors Bureau, who advocates for hospitality,
Sure.
you know, throughout the region. So we anticipate that we'll engage at that time when we identify the partner.
Gotcha. What's the, not that you're planning to make any further changes to this conceptual plan, but just for my own education, the you know, the UC system gets to be its own building authority effectively, but what's the limitation on that in terms of the types of facilities you could develop? I mean, could you, instead of a hotel, decide to do a, you know, a Walmart? I mean, or a UC Davis Art or Mart?
Well, unless the Walmart fit the mission of the university, the educational mission, no, we could not do that.
Okay.
So,
well, that's the slipperiest description ever. But
no, and
because just about anything fits the mission of a university, right?
Well, at the Planning Commission, you know, that question came up. It said, wow, you know, developers must seek you out, and sure enough, they do. We turn them away because basically, you know, our autonomy is limited.
Sure.
And we can't use it frivolously.
Got it.
So we take it very seriously.
Very good. Thank you very much for clarifying that bit. Yeah, sure.
Mark or Matt, can you just explain briefly what a micro hospital is? Is there certain procedures that can be done there? And certain...
I was going to tease them about putting micro hospital and needing a height
really small.
variance.
Actually, I will go to my colleague, Crete.
Great, thank you.
A micro hospital is simply a smaller community-based hospital. It might have something like 24 beds as opposed to a more significant facility like the one that we have downtown in Sacramento.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. Any other questions for the applicants? Anybody?
No, once again,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, no, great work. We're very excited about this, one and all. So happy to take some action here. Is there public comment on this?
You do have a public hearing to open, but you have no comment.
Okay, all right. So why don't you have a seat? Thank you very much. We will open a period of public comment right now officially. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this item? Okay, hearing no takers, I am going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Any final comments or questions from anybody?
I have nothing, otherwise I'll move first reading of ordinance 1316.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item number 22.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem Chella?
Yes.
Howell?
Yes.
And Kozlowski.
Yes. All right, thanks.
Okay, your next public hearing item this evening is item number 23, City of Folsom 2021 Housing Element Update, Empire Ranch Specific Plan Amendment, and related actions. There's two resolutions before you tonight, resolution number 10689 and resolution number 10690.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Pam Johns, Community Development Director. And city staff and the consultant team are very excited to be before you in this final stage of the housing element update. We have been working together over the last 18 months, doing background research, analysis, gathering data, working with community members, stakeholders, decision makers, and state representatives in order to come up with housing solutions that suit the city over the next 8-year period and meet all of the requirements that we've been discussing with you during this time. So this evening, I am going to ask Chelsea Payne from Ascent Environmental to go through the presentation and highlight those items that have changed since the last time we were before you in February of this year, along with some other amendments. And hopefully we can get action from the City Council tonight to get our housing element certified. That's the goal. Thank you. Chelsea.
All right, thank you very much, Pam. Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Chelsea Payne, Director of Urban Design and Planning with Ascent. And as Pam said, this is the second time we're presenting the housing element to the City Council. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the project and key components, but then really focus on what's changed since you reviewed the public draft in February of this year. I'm also going to present some other key components of the project. And then I'm going to, Pam, is this? I can use the key, I'll just use the keyboard. Okay. All right, thank you very much. So first, an overview of the housing element. The housing element is essentially the city's plan for how it's going to meet its fair share of the regional housing need. And it's an element of your general plan, but it has some unique requirements that set it apart from the other elements. It's the only element of the general plan that's reviewed by the state for compliance with state law, and HCD, or the Department of Housing and Community Development, are responsible for that compliance review. It also has a shorter 8-year planning period, and that's mandated by state law. The state mandated due date for this housing element was May 15th, 2021, but there is a 120-day grace period before there are any penalties that go into effect. So we're in that grace period at this point. We kicked off this project in March of last year, and then last summer we focused on community engagement. We also held a meeting with the City Council last July to get some early direction on some key policy issues. So based on all of the community engagement and the feedback from the City Council, we prepared and published the draft housing element in mid-December of 2020. We then held meetings with the Planning Commission and City Council in January and February to get feedback on the draft, and then we submitted it to the state for their review for compliance with state law. So since that time, we've been working really closely with our reviewers at the state to make revisions to make sure that the housing element will be found in compliance with state law. And so tonight we're going to be presenting to you the revised housing element and highlighting the revisions that we've made during that time. But first, as part of the community engagement effort last year, we held an online workshop and a survey to gather community feedback on housing issues. And we received over 400 responses to that survey, and all of the details of that are contained in an appendix to the housing element. We also held 3 focus group meetings on the topics of affordable housing, missing middle and multi-generational housing, and homelessness and other special housing needs. And the feedback that we heard from the community and those focus groups was used to guide the development of new policies and programs. There's a lot of information contained in the housing element, and a lot of it that's required by state law. First, the element contains a housing needs assessment, and this includes data to help us better understand what the housing needs are of Folsom residents. And that includes residents with special needs like seniors and people with disabilities. As part of the element, we conduct a detailed inventory of the land that's available for new housing, and we look at potential constraints to housing in an effort to try to reduce barriers to housing development. There's a new requirement to conduct an assessment of fair housing to understand if there are issues related to housing discrimination or unequal access to opportunities. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that because a lot of the revisions we made were to comply with that new state law. The housing element also contains an evaluation of the programs in your existing housing element, and we use that evaluation as a starting point for updating the goals, policies, and implementation programs for the next planning period. One of the key components of the housing element is the sites inventory, which shows how the city will accommodate its fair share of the regional housing need. And the process of determining the city's fair share is called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or the RHNA. And it starts at the state level with the Department of Housing and Community Development calculating the future housing needs of each region of the state during the time frame of this housing element. And then the Regional Council of Governments here in this region, that's SACOG, is responsible for developing a methodology to distribute that regional housing need to all of the cities and counties within the region. So the projected housing need for the Sacramento region between 2021 and 2029 is 153,512 housing units. And Folsom's share of that need is 6,363 units. So in the housing element, the city must show that there's enough land zoned for housing for at least that number of housing units to be built during that time frame. And the city's RHNA is divided into different income levels that are shown here. And you can see that the city's housing targets for this housing element planning period are much higher than the targets that were assigned for the last housing element. And this is especially true for the lower income categories, and that's a combination of the very low and the low income categories. Those categories are over 3,500 housing units. So in the housing element, we have to show that the city has enough vacant land zoned for housing for at least that number of housing units to be built. And so we have an analysis in the housing element of the estimated capacity on vacant sites that are zoned to allow for housing. And in state law, essentially density is proxy for affordability. So essentially the more density, the more affordable. That's the underlying assumption. So vacant sites with low density single family zoning, those sites meet the above moderate income need. Your middle density categories meet your moderate income need, and then your high density sites that allow for multifamily housing, and specifically at 30 units per acre. So they have to allow 30 units per acre to be inventoried to meet your lower income need. So this slide shows what we're counting in the housing element inventory to meet the RHNA. We count the housing unit capacity in planned and approved projects that are in the pipeline. And we also count the capacity on all vacant and underutilized sites. We've organized those sites by the geographic areas that are shown here. And we count a projection of accessory dwelling units and multi-generational units that we expect to be built over the 8-year planning period. And we've revised the inventory slightly since the version you reviewed in February, mostly to reflect development activity that has happened since then. The effective start date of the RHNA is June 30th, 2021, so we had to update it to be current as of that date. And we are able to demonstrate that the city has sufficient capacity on vacant sites and within projected accessory dwelling units and multi-generational units to meet the RHNA for all income categories. And that's what's shown here on this slide. The top shows your RHNA targets. The middle row is your residential capacity. And then at the bottom, you can see that there is a surplus in each of the income categories. There's quite a large surplus for moderate and above moderate income sites, but a much smaller surplus for lower income housing units. And the small surplus is somewhat worrisome because of a provision in state law called no net loss. The city has to maintain adequate sites for lower income housing throughout the 8-year planning period. And all sites that allow housing at 30 units per acre in this inventory are counted towards meeting your lower income RHNA. But if a market rate project is built on a site identified in the housing element as meeting the lower income RHNA, the city needs to make written no net loss findings that the remaining sites are adequate for meeting the lower income RHNA. And if at any point during the 8-year period, you no longer have adequate sites to meet your RHNA, you have 180 days to find a replacement site. The city can't require a developer to build lower income housing on these sites, and you can't deny a market rate project that's consistent with the zoning or the general plan. If you had a request to, say, downzone a parcel from your high density to medium density, that's a discretionary action and you could deny it, but you can't deny a market rate project that's otherwise consistent with the zoning for the site. So if at any point during the 8-year period, you fall below the capacity to meet your lower income RHNA, the burden falls on the city to find a replacement site within 180 days. Based on the current capacity in the inventory, the city does have a surplus of 490 lower income units. I just wanted to draw your attention to this because we do know there's demand for market rate multifamily housing out there. So this is something that the city is going to have to track very closely as housing development proceeds. And there are also some programs for the city to proactively identify some additional capacity for higher density housing to address this no net loss requirement.
Is it enough for development to be at the density proxy, or does it have to literally be at an affordable rent?
It has to also be at the income level. And that's a change in state law with SB 166. It used to be that it was enough if the site was just developed at the density. But there was a change in state law that said it's not only the density, but also the income level at which the site is built. So that was a pretty significant change in state law that affects how you track your sites going forward.
Mm-hmm.
So as I mentioned, since the council last reviewed the housing element, we've been working with city staff and the state to address comments from HCD and bring the housing element into compliance with state law. So most of the revisions that you see in track changes were made to address HCD comments, but we also made revisions to address public comments, primarily comment letters that we received from the Sacramento Housing Alliance, or SHA. And these revisions are summarized in attachment 3, and they're shown in a track changes version of the housing element posted on the website. The attachment also describes revisions made to address Planning Commission and City Council comments made during the January and February study sessions. We made several revisions to the background report, including adding some additional information in Chapter 2, the Housing Needs Assessment. We made substantial changes to the Fair Housing section, which is the new requirement I mentioned. In Chapter 3, we added additional analysis to justify some of our assumptions in the sites inventory related to assumed density, the feasibility of underutilized sites. So the state really goes through with a fine-tooth comb all of those assumptions, and we added some clarification there. The most substantial changes to the background report were to address the new requirements of AB 686. And this law requires the city to take meaningful actions to affirmatively further fair housing and to overcome patterns of segregation and unequal access to opportunities. We submitted the housing element to HCD in February, and then in April, HCD published a pretty detailed guidance memo on how to comply with this new state law. So the timing was such that as we were working with HCD, they had yet to publish their guidance on how to comply with state law. So we had a lot of back and forth with HCD, and that's why you'll see a lot of revisions to address this new requirement. So I'm going to go through in a little more detail the revisions to the policies and programs. The policy document includes 47 policies that are organized by 8 goal sections, and then there are 34 implementation programs to address housing needs. And we've made several revisions to the policies and programs since we last presented the housing element to the City Council. There's a detailed list of the revisions included in attachment 3 of the staff report. And I'm going to go through I'm going to highlight some of the key changes to the programs. So first, a few changes to the policies. We revised policy H3.4 based on a public comment to include coordinating with the state to explore opportunities for affordable housing on state-owned surplus lands in the city. We originally added a new policy, H7.3, to address a comment from the Air District to address the urban heat island effect. But ultimately, we decided that this policy was best addressed in the safety and noise element as part of the climate adaptation policies and programs. So that was a change that we made the change there instead. At the direction of the City Council in February, we removed policy H7.4, which was about encouraging solar on multifamily. This policy had been carried over from the prior housing element, but since a lot has really changed in the realm of solar in the past decade, and there's also some policy language in the land use element addressing this. We made a couple of changes to program H2. First, to clarify that the density increase around light rail stations that's proposed would be outside of the historic district. We also added language to the fair housing, to address fair housing issues, AB 686, to say that the city would strive to disperse affordable housing opportunities throughout the city to avoid overconcentration. We made a few revisions to the ADU programs, or accessory dwelling units, and those are summarized here. The first couple of changes were in response to Planning Commission and City Council comments to remove the focus on outreach to homeowners associations. We also added that the city would pursue the development of pre-approved ADU plans as a way to help streamline the construction of accessory dwelling units. Program H6 is a monitoring program to track the number and the affordability of ADUs and multi-generational units. And this is an important program to maintain compliance with state law. The city is counting 194 ADUs and 387 multi-generational units towards the RENA. And so this program, H6, commits the city to collecting information to understand how the units are being used and what affordability levels they're being rented out at. So this was a program that the state wanted to make sure the city included, and we're seeing these types of programs in housing elements throughout the state. So if the city finds that the actual number of ADUs and multi-generational units is less than what's assumed, or the affordability levels don't match our assumptions, the city may be required to modify the projection that's used to meet the RHNA. So this could potentially in the future trigger a need to rezone to find additional sites to make up for that difference. But it could also go the other way. If you're approving building more ADUs, more multi-generational units, and they are meeting those affordable housing needs, then you could reduce your obligation.
You know, that's an interesting topic here, because the ADUs that I have seen, or the ones that have been built, are nowhere near the affordable rate. Most of them that I am aware of are market rate, above market rate, and high demand and very expensive.
I
So
think
it's just an interesting,
Yeah, so this program is about collecting more information to understand how they are being used. So, for program H11, we added some language here in response to comments from the Sacramento Housing Alliance and the state about establishing priorities for the distribution of funds from the city's housing fund. We also added a new program, H12, based on comments from the state to provide incentives for affordable housing, which really the city already does. So a lot of that reflects things the city's already doing. And also to outreach to affordable housing developers to attract new affordable housing development, including housing for special needs groups like seniors and people with disabilities. And we added another new program, H18, to comply with state law requirements to establish procedures to grant water and sewer priority to developments with lower income units. This is a requirement of state law. We expanded program H30 to address several new state law requirements that will affect the zoning code. And the program has several provisions that the city will need to implement to bring the zoning code into compliance with state law. The program is largely going to be completed as part of the comprehensive zoning code update, which is currently underway. Some of the revisions include reviewing and establishing appropriate parking standards for residential care homes. This was something that the state commented on in their review. On farm worker housing, state law requires that zones where agriculture is an allowed use must permit farm worker housing by right. And the city has one zone, the A1A zone. So this program is to either amend that zone to allow farm worker housing or to remove the zone, since essentially it's effectively no longer used in the city. So that's going to be a bit of a cleanup. During HCD's review, they also cited the conditional use permit requirement for group homes of more than 6 persons as a fair housing issue. So in response, we've included a revision to this program for the city to review its zoning code, the zoning procedures for larger group homes, and ensure they comply with state law and fair housing requirements. The state also flagged the city's findings in the reasonable accommodation ordinance as a potential constraint on housing for people with disabilities. So there's new language in this program to revise those findings to include less discretion. We also added a component to this program to create a mobile home zoning district and apply it to existing mobile home parks as a way to preserve mobile home parks. And then lastly, we added language about establishing written procedures to implement Senate Bill 35, which is the bill that provides ministerial approval for certain projects that contain affordable units. So a lot of changes to this program to ensure the city's zoning code complies with state law. And then the last housing element program revision that I'll highlight is program H31 about homeless services. We had previously removed this program based on direction from the Planning Commission and the Council, but HCD commented that the city needed to include it in order to address the needs of people experiencing homelessness. So we've added it back in with some modifications. Primarily, we removed the language about providing SAC RT transit vouchers based on some specific council direction, but this program was taken out and then added back in at the direction of the state. The Planning Commission reviewed the housing element at their July 21st meeting and recommended approval with a couple of minor changes that are shown here. First, the commission recommended changing the phrase "raise community awareness" to "provide information on homeless needs." That's in program H10. And then the commission also added language to program H16 to clarify that the city itself will not build housing on city surplus sites, but instead sell or lease the sites for the construction of affordable housing consistent with the Surplus Lands Act. So that's a summary of all of the recommended changes to the housing element. And HCD has reviewed all of the revisions and found the housing element as revised to meet the requirements of state law. And so the city has received what's called a conditional approval letter, which states that as revised, if the council, once the council adopts the housing element, that the state will find it in compliance with state law. So while this project is primarily the housing element update, there are several other components of the project, including amendments to other general plan elements. And the more significant of these changes is the update to the safety and noise element to address climate adaptation and resilience. This is consistent with SB 379. So SB 379 requires the city to conduct a climate vulnerability assessment and include policies and programs to address climate adaptation and resilience. And that bill went into effect just a little too late to address it as part of the comprehensive general plan update in 2018. So this is an opportunity to bring the safety and noise element into compliance with state law. So our team at Ascent has conducted a climate vulnerability assessment and also included some recommended new policies and programs. And these policies and programs address evacuation routes, stormwater and flood management, wildfire and smoke protection, and extreme heat. Key new programs are SN8 through SN16. The revisions to the general plan also include some text changes to policy LU 9.1.10, which I'll talk about in just a minute, and some changes to the boundary for the East Bidwell mixed-use overlay. There are also several cleanup revisions included in the implementation element, mostly expanding the list of master plans and correcting the responsible departments. So just some cleanup to the implementation. So policy LU 9.1.10, staff had recommended that this policy be deleted from the land use element based on recent advances in energy efficiency and the fact that the language as written has proved to be difficult to appropriately implement. However, during the Planning Commission meeting, 2 commissioners expressed some concern with deleting the policy entirely and instead proposed a revision to make solar and other renewable energy systems a recommendation for projects where it isn't already required by the building code. They also expressed support for allowing projects to consider programs like SMUD's solar shares in place of on-site energy generation. The commission directed staff to review the policy and present it to the City Council for the Council's consideration. And so staff is recommending to change the policy to read, encourage the use of solar, wind, or other renewable energy generation systems as part of the design of new developments. Staff is also proposing to amend the general plan land use diagram to correct the East Bidwell mixed-use overlay and remove a residential area that was accidentally included within the overlay boundary. And the area to be removed is located south of Riley between Lemby Drive and Glen Drive, and it's shown here on the map. So the last component of this project is an amendment to one parcel within the Empire Ranch specific plan. The site, which is shown here, is located in the southeast corner of the Empire Ranch Road and Iron Point Road intersection. It's a vacant site that's designated for region serving commercial, and it's the only site in the plan with this regional commercial center designation. The site is over 19 acres, but a portion of the site is proposed for the future interchange, so only about 60% of the site would be available for development. The specific plan currently allows apartments and other residential uses with a use permit, but the standards for residential are a bit unclear in the specific plan. So city staff proposes that the specific plan be amended to allow multifamily dwellings at 15 to 30 units per acre as a permitted use. And this change would help the city meet the RENA obligation. City staff has discussed these changes with the property owner, who is supportive of the change. And the property owner advised that considering market trends, the timing of the planned interchange and the surrounding land uses, that the site could be developed for a mix of uses, including multifamily and highway commercial. An environmental checklist was completed, and an addendum to the city's 2035 general plan EIR was prepared. The analysis found that there were no substantial changes in the circumstances or the project, and that the conclusions of the general plan EIR remained valid. So approval of this project wouldn't result in any new or substantially more significant impacts. So on to next steps. Tonight we're asking the City Council to consider adopting the housing element and the other amendments to the general plan. We would then submit the housing element to the state for review and certification for compliance with state law. As I mentioned, we've already received the conditional approval letter from HCD stating that the current draft, as revised, would be found in compliance with state law once adopted. So as long as we don't make substantial changes to the housing element, we're very confident that it will be found in compliance, and HCD has 90 days to make this determination. So staff's recommendation is that the City Council take the following actions: approve a resolution to adopt an addendum to the Folsom 2035 General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report prepared for the City of Folsom 2021 Housing Element Update, Empire Ranch Specific Plan Amendment, and related actions. Approve the general plan amendments to update the housing element, land use element, safety and noise element, and implementation element, and approve the Empire Ranch Specific Plan Amendment to allow multifamily residential development as a permitted use under the regional commercial land use designation and commercial central business district zoning. I know that was a lot of information, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the project.
Thank you for giving us this simple bit of homework. Questions from the council? Sarah, do you have?
Phew, I'm glad this only happens once every 8 years. And I guess the good part about term limits is you only have to do this 2 times in your career on the council. Chelsea, I know you're only the messenger, but I want to ask you about this because I find it a little bit disturbing if I understood you correctly. Regarding the multi-generational suites and ADUs, you're saying we're going to have to collect data. So let me see if I'm understanding you. If I have a house and I build an ADU, you're going to want to know how much I'm renting that ADU for to see if it qualifies as low-income housing. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the proposal is to conduct a survey to collect that information. And there's some history of the city and also SACOG of doing these kinds of surveys to collect that information.
So, what if my family member is living there? Are you going to want to, I mean, and what if it's for free, or what if it's $100 or some nominal amount? Are you going to then want to know income or not you, but are they going to want income information to see? I mean, this just seems very invasive, but that would be the state of California for you.
Yes, and we don't know the level of detail, but the goal is to get enough information where we can ascertain whether this is providing a housing unit for somebody that might have a need or an income level. And to the extent that we can do that with someone's voluntary response, that's the goal. But certainly people may not be willing to share the information, and that's fine too. The goal for us is do the best we can to try to determine how these housing units are, what need they're meeting, so that we can demonstrate that this is kind of a viable solution for those, lower income households. And in talking with people about the multi-generational housing, that was a discussion we had quite a bit, is that most people felt that, that would be something that they would use for a family member, older, younger, extended family, who had a housing need, short or longer term. And to the extent that we can gather information about that, it's helpful towards demonstrating that it's serving a need that it's supposed to serve. If we can't determine that, then as Chelsea mentioned earlier, we may have to make an adjustment to that projection moving forward. But we're going to be in the same boat as many other jurisdictions in our region, trying to really take advantage of these unique and new housing types and figure out how to demonstrate that they're a viable housing need in our community. So I'm sure we will be talking with our partner communities and with SACOG about ways that we can do this in the least invasive way.
Okay, thank you. And then just my other question, you mentioned that HCD wanted you to put that homeless services section back in. If we were to have a year-round homeless shelter in Folsom, does the number of beds count toward the RENA numbers?
It doesn't count towards arena
I didn't
numbers.
think
There is
so.
there's another requirement to have sites available to build homeless shelters to meet your homeless needs. That's separate from your arena.
Got it. Thank you.
Carrie, any questions? YK?
No, it's, as you said, a lot of information, and I like the way Sarah said once in 8 years. The only thing is, it's a comment or more information. By having this, we did receive the conditional approval from HCD. Besides, penalizing if we are not doing this, is it going to allow us to request for the grants or any precondition, that kind of thing, for any?
The expectation, and certainly some funding grant options now have this requirement that you have a certified housing element. And so, yes, there's a benefit to having a certified housing element. This one requires more tracking over time. So yes, you do it once every 8 years, but we will be annually reporting back to you and tracking certain things within the housing element as we move through the process.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Rosario?
No question, just a comment that this is such good information, thank you. And I wish more residents of Folsom understood the pressure that comes down from the state to be able to build these high-density homes, because so often I hear from people, oh, the city sold out to developers and now look at them, they're building these, apartments, whereas we have, these mandates from the state that have us created. So just really good information. Thank you.
I forgot, Pam, I had one more question about the Empire Ranch Road and Iron Point. What was that intended to be if it's right now zoned commercial? Are you thinking that when there's a freeway off-ramp there was going to be like a gas station and a fast food, or what? That just seems strange.
Yeah, I'm not sure the level of detail, unlike what we see in Folsom Plan area, specific plan for the town center, I don't think there were clear detailed visions for that site, but a regional commercial site probably had a general description. And I can pull it up if you want more information, but yeah, not a detailed, clear vision.
Okay, thanks.
I have two questions. Ultimately, the language that we're putting into this is kind of innocuous, I think, on these two questions, but I think the expansion of the use of the housing element to cover these two topics, I think, is a little troubling in terms of, gases filling rooms, right? So I think you said it was H16, that comment about homelessness. What state mandate demands that we comment on that in a housing element that's about land use. That doesn't jive for me in terms of why commenting on having outreach to public agencies for services to the homeless is inherent to a land use document.
Well, this.
And I'll go into as much detail as you feel like it.
Sure, yeah. So the scope of the housing element it is broader than just the land use. It's addressing the needs of.
It's broader now, but it was
yes,
intended to be about land use.
It's very much grown over time. It
Yeah.
grows each year as the legislature makes more changes. But the requirement is to address the housing needs also of special needs groups that are identified in state law: seniors, people with disabilities, people experiencing homelessness, farm workers. So,
Is there a section that said that services for farm workers is something we have to provide in Folsom?
well, we have to look at the needs in every community, and if in some communities there is a great need for farm worker housing and services, and in others not so much. So,
Okay.
But
I'm sure if we had agricultural land, that would be a topic.
that's right. But
Sure.
there is a requirement to address the needs of people experiencing homelessness, and that's housing, but also social services. So
Yeah.
there's some discretion here on the part of the state as what constitutes, enough and what constitutes compliance with
Yeah,
that.
I mean, the comment is a slippery one that commits us to almost nothing except outreach, which is which I asked you guys to take out in another section because I felt like that was meaningless. So leave it the way it is. It is frustrating that this thing keeps like squeezing out into every little facet of life. And then the comment about solar and generation, how did we end up with that back in? Because that one, we do not have favorable conditions for wind, and we do not have economically favorable conditions for solar. The best recommendation you could make to anybody in Sacramento County is to join solar shares that SMUD provides.
And
On-site generation, and I sell this stuff for a living, so it kills me to say this, it's just not economical, not here.
And I think you're speaking about land use, the
Yeah.
land use policy, and staff had recommended removal of the policy. There was some discussion at the Planning Commission about still wanting to keep that policy in, but with more of an encourage rather than require. And so that was.
Again,
Pam,
it's
if you wanna-
innocuous commentary in the document, it's just, taking it out would have been perfectly good.
Yeah, that's your discretion. We actually, it's not included at this point. It would require action by the city council to add that in, because again, it was discussed at the commission level just to consider it. And so we considered it, provided a discussion, and really it's up to you whether you want to add it in or leave it out.
Was it included in the draft document that the state
No.
gave us tentative approval? Didn't take it out?
No, it's actually in the land use
So
element.
just
not
so
the
I
housing
don't do
element.
things for no reason.
So but has the state seen that language?
It is not in the housing element, so it is not under the discretion of the state. It's in the
Oh,
land use
gotcha.
element.
Okay,
It was
so
part
in-
of the original cleanup of the other general plan elements. Staff was proposing removing it because it served to be problematic to implement.
Yeah.
And then the discussion at the planning commission was to direct staff to modify it for the city council's consideration.
So the land use element then in this case, I mean, ultimately, that's not a document that the general public is going to read. That's instructions for us internally on how we're going to take actions effectively, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean,
if there's one line in there, it says, hey, you should definitely do some on-site generation when you get the opportunity. Who's ever going to see it? Even?
well, when we're evaluating projects, we're ensuring and giving you an analysis of compliance with all of the adopted plans at the city, including general plan, zoning code, things like that. So arguably that is part of analysis of projects that come before you. But when there's language that's not mandatory, like encouraged,
right.
it has less meaning in terms of that, analysis or compliance with something when it's
From a
encouraged.
developer standpoint, though, if it's just encouraged, it has no meaning, right?
For the most part, the development community is going to do that anyway, because they
have to
wanna
comply
meet
with the
those-
building code, right? Yeah, no.
Title 24. And that was one of the discussions we had with the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
it was just, you know, it's a little bit redundant to other things, but they really wanted to see how it might be preserved as opposed to removed. And so
It's the
we
planning
did,
commission doing pie in the sky.
so we put that forward for your consideration. And if you want to add it in as modified, then that's certainly up to you.
Yeah, okay, alrighty. Okay, let's, if there's not any other questions, let's have our public hearing, if that's okay. So thank you very much for your presentation. It was excellent and detailed. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on our housing element update? Okay, hearing none, I will bring it back to the council. The question of whether or not that one line about solar generation is in or not in the land use document it's innocuous and
I'm happy to remove it.
Yeah.
It's already not in there, so we just have to.
Right, so I have.
So anyway, if anybody wants to make a motion, I will accept their motion regardless of what they want to do
I'll
with that
move the
particular
staff
bit.
recommendation.
Okay. All right. Any second on that?
I'll second.
If I may clarify, so this is the first of the two resolutions, correct?
You need them done separately, yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, so this would be a motion to approve resolution number 10689. We have a motion and a second.
Council members Rodriguez?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem Chella?
Yes.
Howell?
Yes.
And Kozlowski?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and move 10690.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem Chella?
Yes.
Howell?
Yes.
And Kozlowski?
Yes. Okay, thank you all very much.
Okay, this moves us into new business, and as a reminder, item 24 has been moved to the end of the agenda, so we will take up item number 25, which is consideration of expenditure of funds from the American Rescue Plan Act and direction to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Stacy Tamani, Chief Financial Officer. My presentation for you tonight is on the American Rescue Plan Act and the allowable uses of the funds that the city has been allocated. The American Rescue Plan Act, known as ARPA, was signed into law on March 11th, 2021. ARPA established the Coronavirus State and Local Recovery Fund, and the funds are intended to provide support to state, local, and tribal governments in responding to the impact of COVID-19 and in their effort to contain COVID-19. Through this recovery fund, Folsom has been allocated $8.4 million. We received the first half of that amount, about $4.2 million, last month, and we expect to receive the second half in July of 2022. Within the provisions of ARPA, there are 4 eligible use categories, and the funding the city receives must be used within one of these categories. However, the city does have flexibility to determine how best to use the funds within these parameters. I'm going to go over the 4 allowable uses just quickly here and then go into a little more detail on each one in the next few slides. The first allowable use is that the funds may be used either to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts. That has a 2-part allowable use. The second category is to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. The third category is that funds may be used to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And the fourth category is that funds may be used for the provision of government services, and this is up to the amount that future revenues are reduced due to the public health emergency. These are the only allowable uses of the funds, so any decisions for expenditures must fall within one of these categories.
Hey, Stacy, can I just ask, because people don't use the word provision as a verb like that very often. They mean the providing of any kind of government service, correctly?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So now I'll just go through each of these in a little more detail. So this is the first part of Category 1, responding to the public health emergency. Under this category, the city would have to identify a specific need related to the public health emergency and then identify how that program, service, or other intervention that's paid for by these funds addresses that identified need or impact. Under this section of the category, uses must be in direct response to the disease itself. Examples of this could be mitigation and prevention of COVID-19, medical expenses, public health staff, and other public health programs that respond directly to the disease. The second part of Category 1 is responding to negative economic impacts. Impacted groups could be households and individuals, businesses and nonprofits, other local governments, or you can address an exacerbation of pre-existing disparities. And what they mean is just something that has already been here but was made worse because of COVID-19. Any assistance or aid given under this category to individuals or businesses that did not experience a negative economic impact would not be an eligible use. So there must be a way for us to measure the negative impacts to be sure that assistance is going to those who did indeed experience an impact. And the city would want to consider all other assistance that has been made available through the federal and state governments for many of these categories, and then analyze if there continues to be a specific negative economic impact at this time. And as far as that fourth line there of the pre-existing disparities, the city should be able to support any determination that the pandemic resulted in a disproportionate public health or economic impact to these specific populations, a group of households, or a specific geographic area. And then we would need to track the outcome of any support provided under this category to those specific groups. The second use category allows for funds to be used by recipients to provide premium pay to eligible workers who were or are performing essential work during the public health emergency. Examples per the guidance are listed here: staff at nursing homes, hospitals and home care settings, workers at farms, food production facilities, grocery stores and restaurants, janitors and sanitation workers, truck drivers, transit staff and warehouse workers, public health and safety staff, child care workers, educators and other school staff, and social service and human services staff. To ensure that the premium pay is targeted to workers that faced or continue to face heightened risks due to their specific type of work, the interim final rule, which is the rules for this act, defines essential work as work involving regular in-person interactions or regular physical handling of items that were also handled by others. The third allowable use category is for investments in infrastructure. This is limited to necessary water and sewer infrastructure improvements to provide access to clean drinking water and to protect public health. And it could also be used for broadband infrastructure that provides service to unserved or underserved populations. Then the fourth and final category is the use of the funds for the provision of government services. And this means that the funds can be added to our current and future budgets to pay for any service that the city provides. Funds can only be used in this category to the extent that the city experienced a reduction in revenue due to the public health emergency. And this is future revenue, not revenue that we've already lost. There's a very specific calculation that was developed to determine this total reduction. And in performing the calculation, the city's total reduction in revenue exceeds our $8.4 million allocation. So if it was the council's desire, we can use this category as an allowable use for the entire $8.4 million. Per the guidance from the Treasury Department, examples of uses include but are not limited to what's listed here: maintenance or PAYGO funded building of infrastructure, including roads, the modernization of cybersecurity, including hardware, software, and production of critical infrastructure, health services, environmental remediation, school or educational services, and the provision of police, fire, and other public safety services. These were just examples that they gave in the guidance, but the city is not limited to those items. It can be used for nearly any service that the city provides. This provision also allows recipients facing budget shortfalls, whether in this current year or next current year, to use the payments to avoid cuts to government services. It would allow us to make up the difference from where our revenue trends might have been pre-COVID and where they are now, which is quite a bit lower. And then we're able to fill that gap with this funding. And so that's really the intention of this category. One restriction that is on this use category is it cannot be used to replenish reserves. The intention is that these funds be spent on current government services and not be set aside. The Act does require that payments from the fiscal recovery funds be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and spent by December 31st, 2026. And they must be used for expenditures that are incurred after March 11th, 2021. Staff's recommendation is to allocate all the funds under the category Provision of Government Services, and the reason for this is that this category allows for the most latitude. You can use the funds to meet many city needs. The city's reduction in revenue calculation exceeds our total allocation, so the entire amount is eligible under this category. And this category provides for the most streamlined reporting requirements to help minimize the administrative burden. Using this category wouldn't limit you at all on what you could spend the funds on. It just gives you the most flexibility. As part of the proposal, we're proposing to allocate what we've received so far, the $4.2 million, into the current fiscal year budget for 21-22, and then just over $2 million in each of the following 2 years. And before I go into the specific recommendation for expenditures within this category, I just wanted to briefly revisit the impacts that COVID has had on the city organization. You will recall that in order to balance the budget in the last 2 fiscal years, we've had to keep vacant positions vacant. We needed to reduce our temporary employee budget by 50% across all departments. We made deep cuts in the Parks and Recreation Department, with their program revenue being greatly affected by the pandemic. We had to defer capital expenditures, specifically vehicle purchases for police and fire. We reduced the contribution to the Retiree Health Trust Fund. We had to use some special funds on a one-time basis as budget balancing tools, and we used millions of dollars from our rainy day fund. Even with all of those significant impacts, we continued to weather the storm and support our local businesses, doing things such as emergency measures, fee deferrals, fee waivers. We relaxed sign regulations and home occupation requirements. We increased our local vendor preference and implemented utility relief programs. We eased regulations to allow restaurants to provide more outdoor dining, established curbside pickup zones, and allowed businesses the use of city-owned public properties like sidewalks and private parking lots. We allowed for weekend closures of Sutter Street to make way for alfresco dining and outside parklets. We converted the library into a PPE distribution center, provided meals to seniors, teamed up with the Chamber for a Shop Local program, provided COVID-19 testing for assisted living and skilled nursing facilities, and participated in food drives. City of Folsom essential services, including police, fire, ambulance, water, wastewater, streets, garbage, recycling, planning, building, and park maintenance, all remained fully operational, and Folsom City Hall remained open to the public the entire time. Keeping all of that in mind, staff has put together a listing of some of the highest priority items that were considered for the current budget but could not be funded. We have many more than are listed here, but we narrowed it down to these top priorities for this presentation. The first one, and these are just in dollar order, not in any kind of priority order, is the HVAC system roof replacement for City Hall at $850,000. We have consultant services for the River District and the Central Business District plans for a total of $560,000. We have police fleet vehicles at $497,000, and the chief asked for 12 vehicles. We were only able to fund 6 this year, so this is the other 6. We have public safety equipment and training needs at $350,000. This is many of the small equipment needs and things for specifically the fire department training that just seem to never be able to be funded in the budget process. We have the Historic District Parking Management Plan. This is funding to implement the various elements of the Historic District Parking Committee recommendations that you heard earlier in this meeting. That's at $350,000. We have the Historic District Wayfinding. This would be things that would leverage the Public Works Department funding for additional parking signage, directional signs, and markings leading to public parking. Could include the cost to design and implement a reconfiguration of the Traders Lane lot. We have city facility upgrades and painting at $230,000. This would include the Folsom Sports Complex, the Senior and Arts Building, zoo exhibits, and the East Bidwell Overcrossing Bridge. All of these were brought forward as budget recommendations this year, and we were only able to do one, and that was the parking garage. $150,000 for park maintenance, and this is just some additional funding for that long list of deferred maintenance items that we're trying to chip away at. $110,000 for ADA improvements. These are areas in the zoo, some of our other buildings, and then our parks. And then the last item here is $8,000 for a rapid COVID-19 testing unit. This would primarily be for staff in the fire department. We would own this unit, and they would be able to produce results in about 45 minutes, so we aren't waiting days for results. Again, there were far more needs in nearly every general fund department and function than we listed here. There was so much left on the cutting room floor in this year's budget process due to the pandemic and our need to quickly respond to a really unexpected and dramatic loss in revenue. And we did our best to choose carefully in terms of what we're bringing forward tonight. We tried to strike a balance between being transparent and specific about high priority unfunded one-time needs within the city organization, but also intentionally leaving you some room for your big picture guidance. The total for these items here on the list is about $3.4 million, and the amount that we've received so far is $4.2 million. So that leaves an additional $800,000 not accounted for on this list here. We, of course, realize that there are also many external high priority challenges that these funds could be used for: homelessness support, small business support, economic development support to encourage businesses to expand or relocate here, and any other ideas that the council may have. I do want to note there on that second bullet that the council already provided about $750,000 in support for hundreds of Folsom's businesses via the waiving of the business license certificate fees for this fiscal year. And as just an additional comment, as a best practice, because these are one-time funds, it really shouldn't be used for ongoing expenses or to create new programs that would require an ongoing significant financial commitment from the city. And so at this point, we'd like to ask for direction to staff on how you'd like to move forward. One approach might be to determine the category that you'd like to spend the funds in first, and then provide specific line item direction within that category and the timing of when you'd like to spend it. You could also designate a certain percentage that could be allocated at the city manager's discretion for city needs, and then designate additional percentages for other categories from there, or any other approach that you'd like to take. And we welcome any and all feedback. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have a number of people that would like to comment on this topic. So if I could ask the council, if you have specific questions about what was presented, let's do those right now. Otherwise, let's get the public comment. Anything from my right? Anything?
No questions.
Very specific, maybe on slide 9 or top, by when we have to use this or start using it. Slide 9?
9?
You did mention somewhere. Yeah, okay. Must be used expectation.
So we've got some time.
So the 4.3 million by 2020, no.
Correct, you have to allocate it by 2024.
The full amount of the money that we get. Okay. Rosario, anything?
No questions.
Okay, great. Let's open this up for public comment. Maybe you could call our speakers up. There's a bunch of them.
Okay, we have a few speakers in the audience tonight, and we have comments to read that were submitted, and I believe we have callers on the line to comment. So we will start with Judy Alexander, and Judy will be followed by Will Kempton.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm not quite sure how to use the, there we go. Okay. I'm here from, Judy Alexander, here from Heart of Folsom, and I would like to propose spending some of the money specifically for homeless projects here in the city. Oops, okay. I am requesting funding for 2 projects, a total of which is $400,000. That would be $150,000 to build 6 tiny homes here in Folsom, and I have a slide specific to each one of these, and an additional $250,000, which is the cost to rent 4 studio apartments in the Bidwell Suites in their building for 5 years. The Tiny Homes project is going to be building 6 of these. These are for transitional housing. They will be governed by the Heart of Folsom program, which is a clean and sober living program. It is designed to get people a roof over their head while they learn and get jobs and get back to being full citizens, contributing citizens here in our community. The land belongs to Oak Hills Church. There is no cost for the land. The estimate for each unit is $20,000, and the infrastructure estimate is $30,000. And these require minimal maintenance once they're built. The obligation from the city would be complete, and Heart of Folsom would take them over any future maintenance expenditures or monies that might come up. So it is a one-time expenditure. The other project, keep going wrong way, Bidwell Suites has given us 4 units for transitional housing. Again, clean and sober living. These are for people who have demonstrated a desire to move forward in their lives, to learn habits that will help them with jobs and college. And some of these units may be used by our Folsom College students who are homeless. We have that type of situation here. In any case, the 4 units are being billed to Heart of Folsom at market rate, which is $1,104 a month. Pulling that out comes to $264,000 for the course of 5 years. I'm saying 5 years because that is the commitment that Hope Cooperative has in that building. It is a 5-year program. This would bring Heart into the same financial structure with an MOU and the funding over a 5-year period. It would not require maintenance other than writing a check at the opportune time for the city. And it would give us, it would help us be, it would solidify our working here in the city in that project. And Heart would be very appreciative of funding that would come for that. I don't know what I did with my note, but in addition to that, we had in April suggested funding for a city shelter and or a day center. Heart of Folsom still would like to do those. Those would come in at a significantly larger amount of money. So if that is the council's intent to go ahead with those larger dollar projects, Heart would love to partner with you and go into that activity. But at the moment, we're thinking that this might, knowing how many requests you have, this might be a project that's already started, doesn't have to be planned, it is happening.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, next speaker is Will Kempton, and Will will be followed by Lisa Tudor.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm Will Kempton, representing tonight the River District Organizing Committee. The organizing committee has been working since early 2018 to develop a River District plan for Folsom. And it is, I think, interesting to note that what we want to do is very consistent with the general plan just adopted by the city recently. And I'd like to read from one portion of that. That plan says that the city should enhance the role of Lake Natoma as a place to recreate and an amenity for Folsom residents and elevate Lake Natoma's role in supporting local and regional business and commerce, including tourism, recreation, and leisure. So the point about responding to negative economic impacts and the fact that your staff has recommended some funding to go to elements of staff work that would support economic development is very much in line with what we have been suggesting. I was here tonight to actually say we hope that some of the overall funding could be set aside for economic development. I was pleased to see that. I believe it was number 2 on the staff recommendations. that purpose. We're also mindful of the fact that there are some very urgent needs in the city, and that the timing of allocation of funds for the purposes that we're interested in might be subject to the priorities that the council would adopt in terms of how those dollars should be applied for other purposes. But we're very pleased to see the set aside of money for that for the purpose of economic development and for the development of a River District Master Plan in Folsom. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Will.
Okay, next speaker is Lisa Tudor, who will be followed by Mary Carrera.
Good evening, Mayor.
Hi there.
And the esteemed City Council, thanks for having me. My name's Lisa Tudor. I am the director of Twin Lakes Food Bank and have been a resident of Folsom for a very long time. I love this city. Twin Lakes has successfully provided food and support to the hungry in our community by serving over 20,000 people and nearly 1 million pounds of food every single year. We serve seniors, we serve children, and families who get to the end of their monthly income before the end of the month. Hunger and the need for food, which we saw increase 50% that week that COVID shut our city down. This means that we are bursting at the seam. We have outgrown our current facility. Every inch of our 2,500 square foot facility, the adjacent warehouse, as well as our off-site warehouse, is simply not sufficient anymore to meet the needs of our clients. So our ability to provide groceries to those in need with the highest level of dignity, efficiency, and safety is being challenged every day right now. This challenge was compounded due to the pandemic, where we experienced a 35% increase in clients visiting the food bank over the course of 1 year. In late 2020, our board of directors approved my proposal for a new facility, and so right now, our building committee is actively working to identify the best location. Now, given that Folsom's real estate inventory is limited, we must be poised to respond quickly when that location is identified. In addition to creating adequate space for our food distribution operations, our plans include providing office space for the homeless navigator and partner organizations that serve the unhoused. And with this grant from the city, we would be positioned to donate our existing building, which could be retrofitted as a permanent location for temporary housing for up to 20 people. So we respectfully ask that the city of Folsom allocate $1 million of the ARPA grant as a matching grant to Twin Lakes Food Bank. We will work with donors to match those funds to begin building our community's new food bank, along with the space to provide services for the unhoused and others in need. We have this opportunity to not just build a building, but to build into people and change lives. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Mary Carrera, who will be followed by Joe Gagliardi.
Hello.
Hi there.
I'm Mary Carrera with Carrera Productions, and I'm here to represent the small business person who, as I read the minutes from the last meeting, I recall it saying to help small businesses, for-profits and nonprofits, hospitality and tourism. Caught my attention. Hospitality, tourism, small business. Being in entertainment, first off, can we all say rest in peace to our friend from the Rolling Stones tonight? And in the words of Mick Jagger, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you might get what you need. And that's why I'm here. So when considering the funds and how you're going to use them, I urge you to work with the small businesses. I have experienced extreme financial impact due to COVID shutdowns. The arts and entertainment world, hospitality has been decimated. My last show at the Harris Center for the Arts, which I've helped program as a renter, and when I rent the facility, I'm paying for everything. I'm paying the entertainment, the rent, the staff, the front of house, janitorial, everything that you can imagine in there. It's as if I own the facility for the evening. All the risk is on me. I've done that for 10 years successfully. When that thing shut down, I had a number of shows that were on sale that had to be canceled. I had to write checks back to the Harris Center so that the customers could be reimbursed. Many of other facilities, they simply postponed and postponed and postponed and rescheduled, but the Harris Center was shut down in a different way. So you can't hold on to those customers' money for a year and a half or 2 years. So all that money from people like me had to be paid back. It was a significant amount of capital that I had as working capital that just disappeared on March 18th. It just went away. There's the Small Business Administration grants, there's things like that, and I was lucky enough to get a small one. But when it comes to trying to restart, it's gonna be difficult because now the Harris Center is gonna be under a different management scenario. It's not gonna be run by the college, it's gonna be run by a for-profit organization undoubtedly. The rent could be different, the contracts could be different, the way they do business could be different, and the impact to the local community, nonprofits and for-profits that have been working with them for the last 10 years is going to change. I'm certain it's going to change in a big way. The October soft opening will be only nonprofits. For-profits still have to wait, so we're waiting. We're waiting in the background for things to open up. I went back and I researched over the last 10 years what Career Productions, which by the way is me, myself, and I, what I brought into the community as it relates to the economic impact of event-related audience spending. When a person buys a ticket to a show, or multiple tickets, they spend additional money in the community, whether that's to go out to dinner, pay for parking, babysitter, go have dessert afterwards, maybe a hotel night stay. That ends up, based on a research from the Americans for Arts organization, $31.47 per person per ticket is what the average person spends in addition to the ticket. I went back and ran my QuickBooks report today and looked at how many tickets I sold in the last 10 years, and I've sold 38,000 tickets here in Folsom. 1.7 million in revenue gross. But then if you take the tickets times that $31.47, I brought in an additional $1.2 million into the city of Folsom for economic development. Me, myself, and I to help the community. I don't want to go down to the Crest and rent. I don't want to go to the Sophia. I want to get back into business right here in our community and bring world-class entertainment. Emmy award-winning, Grammy award-winning people, and my funds have been depleted, and this says that it's for local businesses. I would love to be part of that. I would love to do what I do, my passion, and get back to work.
What's your request aside from getting back to work?
Well, I didn't know that I could come in and ask for a zillion dollars, or I would have sharpened my pencil before I
Sometimes you
came
get
in.
what you want, right?
Sometimes you get what you want. I would simply be happy with getting the money back that I had to pay back to Harris Center for all those ticket refunds of $35,000. It's not a lot of money, but for a small business owner, it's a lot of money. So I think that small amounts to these local businesses who are making a big impact in the community is something that you should consider. Not always the big PowerPoint presentations and all that you see and hear. Sometimes it's the little guy, right?
Yeah.
I love what I do, and I love bringing economic development and entertainment to the region. Grammy Award winners, Emmy Award winners, I want to get back to it. I don't think without people like me, you're going to see that in that facility anytime soon. So I hope that you'll help me do that for you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Appreciate that.
Okay, your next speaker is Joe Gagliardi, who will be followed by Loretta Hedinger.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I am here to express my support for money for economic development. There's no lack of needs for these funds. And what I would propose is that a percentage of the funds be allocated for economic development for purposes of helping businesses. In particular, right now, what we're experiencing is businesses are struggling finding employees. And perhaps there's a program for a student employment program where if you're going to school, maybe they're reimbursed for, and they're working, maybe they're reimbursed for their tuition. Programs like that would help us. We're experiencing businesses that are closing early, or in particular, like our hotels, are having to have complete floors closed because they don't have housekeepers. So the struggle we have right now is really about workforce. And I think if there was an allocation of funds that were put in there that could then be developed programs that help that really are specific. You know, they're SMART goals, they're specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they're relevant, and they're timely. To help grow the pot so that you can help support some of these other people that are in need. The goal is that we would be growing the economy with the programs, not let's just do another throw money at something, but take a percentage of this, allocate it specifically for economic development. As Mary said, she was talking about the multiplier effect of when somebody does something, same thing happens. You know, if a whole floor of our hotel rooms, of our hotels are being cut off, that affects the TOT that flows to you, not only that affects the business and people that work there, but it affects the coffers of the city. So it's to allocate money that helps grow our economy locally. And there's several different ways to do that. And my request is that you just allocate a percentage of these funds so that we can grow the pot to help everybody.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Loretta Hedinger.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your earlier parking discussion. I was silent then because I wanted to make sure there was enough time to get to this one. I personally and the Heritage Preservation League that I'm representing have been asking for some time now that a historic preservation specialist be hired for the Community Development Department. COVID froze everything and wiped out that possibility. So we now have a COVID modified request. We're now asking for an allocation for historic preservation consultant services to support, not replace, the planning staff. That gives you a lot of benefit for a relatively small investment. The request should not be construed as saying that the planners in the Community Development Department are incompetent or uncaring. That is far from the truth. They're planners, not historic preservation specialists. And it's stressful for both them and the community for them to have to do this job without the training. It's fair to ask why it used to work and doesn't now. The reason it used to work is that I, as your planning staff then, was trained by working with the stakeholder groups and consultants in writing the regulations. And in turn, I passed down that training to subsequent planners. That chain was broken, however, under a previous director. And once the last one retired, that institutional memory, that institutional training possibility was gone. We're suffering now, both the community and the planners, and for this relatively small investment of some consultant services, you could get a lot of bang for your buck. The importance of Folsom's historic district is not well understood. And the president of the Folsom Historical Society has done the research, and he has said from his research that Folsom compares to only 2 other cities in California for the breadth of the history that we represent. And those 2 are San Francisco and Monterey. So Pam could give you a better estimate of the amount of money that she would need, but it's not anything like that $1 million that was asked for. So I really hope that you can find some corner of the budget to support your planning staff in the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have a caller who stayed on the line with this. Heidi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name's Heidi Kaiser. I'm the Public Policy Officer for Child Action. We operate Sacramento's subsidized childcare program and resource and referral services. We also help childcare providers get licensed and build their capacity. Our agency renders training and resources for early educators so that they have the tools that they need to provide quality childcare. On behalf of Child Action, I respectfully ask yourselves to consider allocating a portion of your American Rescue Plan Act funding towards childcare support. As of July 1st this year, there are approximately 82 active licensed childcare providers in Folsom, about 40 family childcare homes and 42 childcare centers. Presently, about 6 of those licensed family childcare homes are inactive due to the pandemic. Obviously, there are a lot of other childcare options for families, probably within the family, friend, and neighbor as well. Prior to the pandemic, in Sacramento County, only 26% of families were served by early education programs. Concerningly, the pandemic has further reduced that already inadequate supply. How does that loss impact Folsom? When you lose a childcare facility, it has ramifications upon the community. First of all, that childcare facility is a loss of a small business. That's an important part of our economic backbone. Additionally, the loss of a facility results in a family, often multiple families, losing their childcare. The erosion of childcare resources means that there's an insufficient supply to meet the needs of Folsom's working families. Finally, if a family is deprived of that childcare option, a parent, often a woman, may need to give up their job and look after their children. A depletion of our workforce has really inhibited our economic reconstruction in Folsom and in the county as a whole. So as far as how childcare has been impacted by the pandemic, throughout Sacramento County, we've seen a continuous increase in childcare facility closures. Many of them are being forced to leave the industry due to the pandemic. Concerningly, this has meant that a lot of early educators are leaving the workforce, and a lot of those early educators are primarily women of color. This also means that our low-income families' budgets that are already strained due to the loss of income have been further exacerbated by the pandemic. They have a greater struggle to access childcare, which inhibits their ability to go back to work or access job training opportunities. Why should you consider allocating funds towards childcare? It helps parents in Folsom access childcare and be able to go back to work. It helps promote the recovery of small businesses, particularly childcare providers in Folsom. The last couple of years have been really tough on our little ones, and it'll provide additional access to childcare to help our littlest learners get the support they really need to thrive. The provision of sufficient childcare is critical to Folsom's economic recovery. Rebuilding and improving Folsom's childcare infrastructure will be integral to rebuilding and improving our economy. We must help parents get back to work, back on their feet, and back to gainful employment. So what are we asking? Consider stipends towards childcare workforce development. These could be used to assist childcare providers with the initial startup or licensing costs, and expanding services to increase their capacity so they could provide childcare for more children. Providing those stipends will allow the city to be able to support more families and help them find the childcare they so desperately need. Additionally, stipends to assist with some of the increased costs resulting from the pandemic. The county initially gave $1 million towards childcare that covered maybe 800 licensed providers. We received a couple of calls, in fact, from providers in Folsom that were disappointed that they weren't able to access those funds just because it was such a limited amount of funding, and they were just left out of the program. And they also need that additional funding to support maintaining their business. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please let me know if you have any questions. Please feel free to reach out to Child Action for more information.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kreiser.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, your last two comments this evening are submitted written comments to be read into the record. So the first is from Larry Moore, who writes, please read these comments, regarding the consideration of expenditure of funds from the American Rescue Plan. Please consider allocating these funds into public infrastructure projects which improve the quality of life for residents, business owners, and visitors, such as shade structures for city parks, active transportation projects, rodeo park improvements. I am sure staff has a long list. My thinking is that during COVID, the things that needed to get done got done. Things like police and fire, water, street maintenance were budgeted off the top, and rightly so. Lower priority projects went to the back burner, again, rightly so. The shade structure at the downtown stage was an exception. Thank you. $8 million can go a long way if you focus this amount towards this one category of endeavor to improve the quality of life for those of us who are proud to call Folsom our home. Thank you, Larry Moore. And your last comment this evening was submitted from Robert Goss, who writes, good evening, Mayor Kozlowski and City Council members. I am writing regarding new business agenda item number 25, consideration of expenditure of funds from the American Rescue Plan Act and direction to staff. There is no doubt these funds are desperately needed to fill revenue gaps created by the pandemic and its revenue impacts to local government. I can only imagine the list of potential need is long and likely far exceeds the $8.4 million available. I am also sure each project or program has merits in its own right. The following are three key projects that I believe would have wide community benefit. 1, open space wildfire mitigation. Within the city, there are at least many hundreds, if not thousands, of homes that abut our natural open space areas. These areas are beautiful, but also potentially dangerous due to their extraordinarily dry conditions and because there has been no sustained fire ladder mitigation maintenance. Please fund maintenance activities to remove the fire ladder from dry, overgrown shrubbery to the lower limbs of our native oaks, cottonwoods, sycamores, and willows. This work needs to be done sooner rather than later. Number 2, Class 1 trail renovation. We all witnessed an amazing thing with the 2020 lockdown. People fled to our parkways. They were our escape, and people are still using them at an unprecedented level. Add to this the increasing popularity of e-assist bicycles, and we have more use than ever before, and it's likely to only increase. In turn, the maintenance of the pavement, root lift removal, longitudinal crack filling, centerline maintenance, and the DG shoulders, erosion, natural movement of the loose material, etc., is a critical need. Please fund pavement, shoulder, and sightline maintenance to preserve maximum public use, safety, and enjoyment. Our parkways have defined contemporary Folsom, distinctive by nature, and possibly more than any one civic improvement have increased our community property values, as well as our community social and environmental values more than anything else. Number 3, Johnny Cash Trail Pick Number 2. The Johnny Cash Art Trail remains one of Folsom's best history, culture, and recreational tourism opportunities. I do understand that the City Council has authorized Pick Number 1 to be located in the Historic District. If pick number 2 is funded and placed at its location overlooking Folsom Lake above the Johnny Cash Bridge, the trail will have the bookends in place that define a true beginning and end. With the 2 public art pieces in place and the trail limits defined, additional fundraising will be inspired and easier to maintain. Please fund pick number 2, $375,000 from the second or third year allocation of funds. Even with all the infrastructure and safety needs of the community, budget allocations and priorities must still include the arts, culture, and history. These are the elements that add vibrancy to Distinctive by Nature. Thank you for your consideration, Robert Goss. You have no further comments submitted.
Okay. Anybody else want to get in on this? Okay, fantastic. I guess this is an opportunity for the city council to consider what has been presented and give some guidance to the city manager. I will just start generally by saying that I think the list that was provided by the staff is pretty on target in terms of a reasonable set of things for us to try and backfill as kind of urgent expenses. I would like to see the money for the historic district, those 2 line items, if you could peel out just enough to have a preservation architect do a conditions assessment for the train depot. I'd really like to see us do that so that we can have a long-term plan established for its sort of care and repair and what modifications are acceptable. So that shouldn't be a gigantic expense, but if we can kind of rope that in with that historic district stuff.
We've done an internal review, but we could get more of an outside professional historic assessment as well.
Yeah. Other than that, I think pretty much everything that was presented to us would be righteous ways to spend some of the money, and I'm eager to hear what my colleagues have to say. Sarah, would you like to begin?
Sure, but Stacy, could I ask you to put up that, the list that you did of the recommendations? So while she's doing that, I'll just say, I'm trying to think about the most productive way for us to do this, and I think maybe we ought to look at it holistically and not just think about the $4 million that's available to us now, but think about the $8 million, because while there are some things on this list I support, I don't think it needs to be in the first round. So for example, I've long been a proponent of a revitalization of the central business district, so doing a master plan for that, I'm very much in favor of. I'm also in favor of doing a master plan for the River District. I don't think that needs to be in round 1, and I think, Will very graciously spoke on behalf of the committee saying that they were, they could see that, the being flexible. To me, the HVAC system roof replacement, the longer you wait, the more that costs. So to me, there's some urgency there. The historic district parking management and wayfinding, I'm not quite sure why we need another $600,000 for that. My understanding from Mark's presentation earlier is that we have some of that in the budget now so something like that, I'm not sure would even be in my list for $8 million. What I'm wondering about, and what I want to ask you guys for what if we were to kind of set broad categories and assign a percentage to those categories, and then we could determine, kind of again, what gets funded in this first round and what waits 2 or 3 years. So here's what I was just roughing out. If we devoted 20% to public safety, we could get the vehicles, the training, the public safety equipment and training needs. I really like Robert Goss's suggestion about fire prevention. I know we do a lot of that now, but considering everything that's going on around us, to me, that is just absolutely high priority.
Sarah, can I ask a question? When you talk about percentages, you're talking about percentages of the entire $8 million?
The entire $8 million, yeah. So if we devoted 20% toward public safety, and then 20% toward economic development, that could include master plan work, it could be support for small businesses in whatever, shape that takes on. 20% toward facility and infrastructure improvements, that could cover the HVA system and roof, it could cover ADA improvements, park maintenance. I know we have a laundry list of unmet needs there. The one thing that I do think is missing from this list, and it is glaring in my opinion, is something to support the homeless. But to me, this is an important distinction. I love Hart, I love Judy, and I already had this conversation with her today. While I am very supportive of what they're doing in terms of transitional housing, my problem with spending $400,000 of taxpayer money, or in this case, just federal money, on those transitional housing is it does nothing to help us enforce our no camping policy. In order to enforce our no camping policy, because of the Boise decision, we have to have a year-round permanent shelter. I know that involves some ongoing operation costs, but in terms of securing a facility, I would like to see us use some of this money for that. And because we have until the end of 2026 to spend it, we could provide for, a few years of operating costs. I did have a conversation with Lisa and Judy, Libby, who's her board president, and a few others a couple months ago when we knew that this money was going to be coming eventually, about the idea of either buying the Twin Lakes Food Bank, their existing property, or helping them supersize a new property, much like we do when the school district wants to build a new school and a multi-purpose room. We help them, we contribute financially so that they can supersize that multi-purpose room so then we can use it for sports. So I'd like to see 20% set aside for the homeless effort, but again, in my mind, it has to do both things. It has to offer meaningful assistance to homeless, and it has to help us enforce our no camping policy. It has to do both. Those four things that I've outlined add up to 80%, which means that, there could be another 20% for something. I thought YK brought up a very good point earlier today when he asked Marcus about, is there something we should be doing in terms of water with this American Rescue Plan Act money? I think that's a very valid thing. And again, we have some time. Maybe we leave 20% for miscellaneous because we know other things are going to come up by the end of 2024.
I was going to say, it wouldn't be at all, it would be sensible to just leave 20% unaccounted for and at the discretion of the city manager.
Okay. So anyway, that's what I'm going to propose, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts, and I think we'll have a good discussion. Thank you.
That's an excellent way to structure things, but Carrie, do you have thoughts about that? Or any thoughts about this?
I don't have a problem if we look at percentages. I'm not sure that I'm going to go along with the 20%. And with regard to the construction of a homeless shelter to eliminate the camping ordinance, that is a discussion for another day. And as I sit here right now, I have no interest in that.
So can I ask you to refine your comment just a little bit? Would you be adverse to us identifying that we want to take, $1.5 million of this, roughly 20%, whatever the number is, and assigning it to facilities to address homelessness? Or are you saying that the idea of trying to do both things tonight is too complex?
Trying to do both things tonight is far too complex.
So addressing the no camping ordinance and also trying to...
That's a completely separate discussion.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
I agree.
Well, I think that the only reason I'm following up with you is just the idea of categorically saying, hey, we want to park 20% of this money for some purpose that helps us address homelessness. Is that satisfactory? Or
again, I'm not married to the 20%.
Okay,
and I think right now, given that that's all these 20% add up to $1.6 million apiece.
Yeah.
So I think there needs to be a little bit more detailed discussion about exactly what that would be.
Okay.
And frankly, I would prefer to see, not to have everybody and their brother run up and say, I want all the money, because we've already done that. I'm as annoyed now as I was the night that we had the group of people that came and presented a united front and then competed with one another to get the money. So,
Well, just for clarity, they did come up at the direction of staff. Staff had recommended that they come up. It wasn't as though the Alliance came in and presented something, but they were also advised to come in and present that. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that.
it doesn't make my annoyance go away.
really does, but-
What do you think's a productive use of our time tonight, then, I guess?
I personally would rather see a little bit more detail in the individual proposals. I have no problem with coming up with percentages and doing it that way, but I think there needs to be more detail behind.
Brought back to us
that.
within
Right.
those categories?
Yeah.
Okay, so then category-wise, are you satisfied with the ones that Sarah proposed?
I believe that, we have infrastructure issues at the city of Folsom that need to be taken care of. I believe that we do need to spend some of this money on economic development related stuff.
Okay.
I believe we need to spend some amount of money, and I'm not going to reserve it just for homeless. It's a combination, because what Twin Lakes Food Bank does not provide food only to homeless people.
Right.
They provide food to a lot of people that live in real houses.
Sure.
And so I think that there needs to be a balance between that.
What about public safety?
And yes, and public safety is another one of the things that needs to be addressed, especially since that money has already gone out. And we do have, training needs at the fire department that, kind of gets to some of what Robert was talking about the ladder fuels. There's a lot of things, and people are coming up with a number of different ways to address it. And, I think we need to be a little bit more cautious. And we also need to keep in mind that, we originally thought we were getting, $15 million?
Yeah.
We're not getting $15 million. Today, as we sit here today, the only thing we do know is we're getting $4 million. Whether this other $2 million and $2 million ever shows up is anybody's guess.
Sure.
All of that needs to be taken into consideration, in my opinion.
All right, so YK, then let me turn my attention to you then and just kind of ask the question of, if we identify that we have these four broad categories of public safety, economic development, I'm going to call it public services, but I mean homelessness and food bank type things, and then regular facility and infrastructure for the city, and then 20 that's not defined yet. Or some percentage that's not defined yet as a fifth category. What are your thoughts about that?
Mine is going to be probably, it's a broken record for tonight.
Okay.
100% should be invested towards the water infrastructure. We are, as a Folsom, surviving on the surface water. We don't have any solid connectivity to any agencies who are supplying the underground water. And unless I am misspeaking here.
Yes, we do.
That's okay. It's again, I can use my new council member hat here to probably go away. Unless we get that clarity, I know we are not probably making tonight the decisions, if that's the case. Helping us to understand the concerns of 80,000 residents out there in Folsom who are literally struggling about not having the clarity on what if the same year is going to repeat next year. Do we have a water to flush our toilets, drink a bottle? I don't have the clarity. Yes, it could be me, YK. This is our opportunity to use those funds wisely towards that one basic necessity of our town where we don't have outside surface water. And again, we always talk about happy living life in Folsom. Right now, it is questionable. Thanks.
Okay. Rosario.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of the percentages. I mean, when I looked at this list originally, I thought, okay, it's good. I'm a big fan of things related to economic development because it generates revenue down the road for us. And I would love to see this money spent in a way that does generate revenue for us down the road. As I shared in my meeting with Elaine and Stacy. It was, I'd love to see a little bit of money go into the arts and culture, because what arts and culture does to a community or a city is that it brings people in. And it is very similar to, I think, what Ms. Carrera said. You know, people will come in and they enjoy themselves, they will spend money, and in turn that generates revenue for the city. In regards to talking about, you know, just even homelessness, I would be 100% supportive if we can get to the root cause of the problem. And housing is not the immediate need that many homeless individuals need. What we would need is some form of a like a day center, or similar to what Jake's Journey Home offers, is getting people placed into, you know, whether it be a drug addiction, alcohol addiction, mental health. That's really the root cause of the problem. Studies have shown that you can take homeless people and put them into homes, but if their problem is not addressed, they are not going to be successful. And one of the questions that I'm actually interested in to know is, what is the success rate of individuals that go through transitional housing? And at the end of the 2 year, when they're now independent on their own, can they survive? And so it's something, some information that I'm just very interested in. But again, we've seen that money gets, millions of dollars gets thrown at homelessness, and it's really addressing the root cause: addiction, mental health. And so I would be supportive of dealing with that problem and then working it into housing. But anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, so we need to end up here giving the city manager and staff some direction on how to allocate these funds. Just so that I recount our conversation so far, the idea of perhaps setting up some categories with some general percentage targets would be a good way to address this list, and also give some flexibility so that we can continue this discussion on discrete projects going forward, but would definitely give the staff some way to go, okay?
But we have to keep in mind that this list right here that staff presented to us is $3.4 million, so that's almost half of the total.
Correct.
So then we're also gonna have a conversation about what's coming off this list.
Well, I'm gonna get to that in just a second, but then the fly in the ointment is the suggestion that we spend every cent of it trying to fix a water problem that we may or may not be able to fix because we can't cause rain to fall. I'm not discounting the fact that we do have the urgency of need to make sure we have backup plans, but those are in place, and those will be ultimately can be paid for out of our operating budget for the water system. So Marcus is already down the road trying to develop with our neighboring water agencies back connections into the city of Folsom. So perhaps we need to accelerate those things, but we do have a funding source for that, and that's our enterprise fund for water. So you're right, we do have that urgent need. It will be really problematic if we have another terrible drought year next year, but I'm not sure that any part of this is going to be anywhere near enough to address that problem. So for what it's worth, that's just my thoughts on that. And then the debate over whether we do housing for the sake of housing to be able to enforce the no camping ordinance, or a no camping ordinance, versus supportive housing is probably one that we could have forever, because both are absolutely righteous goals. So I'm just trying to get us to reach a point of consensus on my personal opinion is that we have an excellent city staff and city manager who are pretty good at managing these types of needs right here. And I really like the percentage solution because it gives some discretion, like all the other funds that come into the city, back to the staff to determine what the best use of it is. With a category that's stuff that we definitely want to talk about and bring back when we have discrete projects in mind. So with, for instance, what I called public services, homelessness, food bank, supportive housing, whatever it may be, perhaps that segment of this funding we want brought back to us. But fixing the roof and the HVAC system, police vehicles, all of those categories, I think should just become part of our city budget, if that's
I
Okay.
would agree with you, but what I'm just pointing out is that this total list
Yeah.
that staff has already come forward with is nearly half of the total of the $8 million.
Right.
And we don't even know if we're gonna get the $8 million, so.
I will say that I'm pretty confident, I'm
I-
confident we're getting the 8.4 million. I mean, I think that's, you know, I'm pretty confident in that. We did get put in a different category that dipped us from the 15.3 we projected, but this is pretty solid. We've gotten the first tranche, we're expecting the second tranche in July.
So I don't know how you guys feel, but we probably can't, you know, solve each and every one of the discrete ways to spend this money ourselves, and we actually have a staff that's kind of their job to do, so.
Yeah.
I would
I'm
be
fine with
inclined
this,
to
with
kind of hand the
starting
ball
this
back.
list.
Yeah,
I hear you, your comment, Mike.
Yeah.
But that's not the way I'm feeling comfortness of
I understand.
the basic necessity of the water, and that's what the 80,000 people are questioning whenever we knock the doors for anything and that. So you probably may have a great, I mean, comfort level, unless we see it. At least I don't have it. So that's the only reason why I am going, try to find out a solution. I know this 8 million is going to give us a solution, probably not. Whether the water funds can add up to at least to find the solution where at least we has a basic water needs of those 18,000 cubic acre feet of water at least at any given point. I don't have that comfort. I'm going to pause here probably.
Okay. All right,
If we're talking about this list specifically, my preference would be to push the consultant services for the master plans off until next year. As I said, I'm proposing we spend 20% on economic development. I just don't think those particular things are a pressing issue. They do not need to happen this fiscal year. The other thing that I would take off is the $600,000 for the parking management and the wayfinding.
I would agree with you on those two. Not to take them off, but not this year. And we discuss it.
Revisit them next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
all right, so I have this
So if
entire
we
time
add
been
that up, let's-
trying to talk about the totality of the money. So this 3.4 actually closely represents 40% of the money, just generally speaking. So it's, whether it's in the first year or the second year, again, I kind of give that as discretion to the city manager.
I'm going to make a quick comment. I don't
Sure.
want to take up
Sure,
too
sure.
much time, right? I don't know how our projections of revenues are coming along. It has been 2.5 months, 3 months since last time we heard it, and most of them are general fund dollars. So it helps maybe how things are moving on the general fund projections from the
Gotcha.
revenues.
Okay.
That's an option to just take a look at it because people are thinking about, spending on outside. Yeah, and one more comment. I love all the people who came and presented here. You heard me differently. Sorry if I hurt your feelings. Yeah, I would like to see how the general projections are coming. Thanks.
Okay, maybe I can, I'm sorry, were you gonna say something, Stacy? Okay. I think, first of all, we need to take a tiny break here, and I need a motion to be able to pick up the last two items of this meeting after 10:30 if our discussion's gonna go for more than the next
I'll move
2
the item.
minutes. Okay, and do I have a second on that, so we can
Yes.
pick up?
So, just to be clear, the motion that's being moved is that we support this
No,
list?
we're- the motion is to
We're
remove
gonna,
the
we're gonna break the
10:30
10:30 rule.
We have a 10:30 rule where we can't pick up new items off our agenda after 10:30.
Oh, okay.
Unless we collectively decide to
Oh.
do so. So I just want to take a
I'll
moment to do
second.
that and then come back. All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's take the roll, please.
Council members Rodriguez?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem Chella?
Yes.
Howell?
Yes.
And Kozlowski?
Yes, okay, we can resume our discussion of,
So, if you take off, it sounds like Carrie, at least there was one person who agreed. If you pushed off the consultant services and the historic district parking management and wayfinding for now, that leaves us with $2,195,500. I personally am okay with that for now. I would like us to have a discussion at a future meeting, because I do think some of this money needs to be dedicated to the homeless issue.
I
But I
agree.
agree, it needs further discussion. Yeah.
Well, could you formulate a motion then that is allocating the first-year funds for this list absent the Central Business District and River District consultant services? Is that what you're saying?
And the wayfinding as well.
And the Historic District wayfinding and parking management item, both of those?
I can do
That's
that. Let me
three.
just, so Elaine, for these purposes, do you want me to approve or motion to move to do just these things? Or, and then we can bring this back for another meeting and have a subsequent discussion, knowing we have up to $4 million to spend this year, or we can hold off on it.
I mean, there are very pressing needs on this list, and, you know, if I would appreciate a motion to move
Okay.
forward with the other things.
I am going to move to use ARPA funding for what staff has recommended on this list, with the exception, I want to remove the consultant services for the River District and the Central Business District plans, the Historic District parking management line item, and the Historic District wayfinding line item, knowing that those can come back to us in the future for reconsideration.
And as part of that, if you could add that we will have a discussion at another
With
council meeting
future
about,
discussion, with additional
about-
discussion at a future council meeting about other uses.
about how to split up the remainder of the funds.
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to identify all but 3 of the items on this list presented to us and ask the staff to go forward with them.
Council members Rodriguez,
No, I think the items that were taken off are important.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Cherla,
No.
Powell,
Yes.
and Kozlowski.
Yes.
So the motion passes.
Okay, and then the remainder of the funds, does anybody want to make a motion specific to any part of that, or do we want to just forestall discussion of that to another day?
I'd rather have that discussion another day, but I do want to make one comment about the items that we just took off here. The Historic District parking management, the wayfinding, and the consultant services for the River District, I'd like a little bit more detail with regard to exactly what is expected to be included in there. Because the parking management discussion, when Rosario, I think, asked the question of Mark Rakovan earlier, he said between 100 and 200, yet this number talks about 350,000. So I want to know what the distinction is, or if that's just money. And I don't need it right now, Mark. We can talk privately. I just like because I have a couple other things I need to talk to you about anyway. So I just like to get a little bit more detail.
We can provide more detail on that, and some of that also was to leverage dollars to secure other funding,
Okay.
but we can provide more detail.
Yeah, thank you. Any particular direction that you'd like to try and move on the remainder? And I agree with you, by the way,
No, I
Rosario,
think
that
that-
what we slid aside needs to come back.
Yeah.
It's important, it just can be put off for the moment.
Yeah, no, I think they're important. I think that when I look at those 3 topics, they are definitely related to economic development. And when we are in the position that we're in right now, we want to be able to generate more revenue for the city. Those 3 items are important to be able to make that happen, so.
Rosario, I'm
sure it's gonna come down later. I just would like to see that happen now, not later. I think later is postponing a very important topic, but it passed, and so.
But I agreed with Sarah, because based on my experience, I think these numbers are rather high. And this is not something that happens tomorrow. These are basically planning tools. So, we could be maybe talking about maybe a matter of months when we could, start chipping away at these things. I agree with you that they're all important.
So can we get a date down as far as when that will happen?
Well, I think we
We need to have a discussion about the other items that we're
Well, I
talking
think
about.
we gave direction to the staff to address the parking, a series of parking things that we want to do for the historic district. So I think that one will flesh itself out as a result of that direction sooner rather than later. And then as far as the Central Business District and River District, I think we can choose our own adventure on that one, time-wise.
Well, and can I just point out also, those 3 things add up to what, $1.5 million? Is that right? No, just a little over $1 million.
Yes.
And when I was proposing the percentages, I'm proposing 20% for economic development, which is $1.6 million. So definitely, I think there's support for economic development. It's just, do those have to be in the first tier?
Yeah. Well, we have differences of opinion. I think yes, you think no, so it's all good.
Okay, any further motions on this topic? Otherwise, I will close the discussion.
Can I just confirm that you have decided to do it under provision of government services?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay, your next item this evening is item number 26. This is resolution number 10691, a resolution of the City Council confirming emergency order DES 0121 issued by the Director of Emergency Services.
Good evening, everyone. As you know, you as the City Council declared the existence of a local emergency in the city of Folsom due to extreme fire danger back at your meeting on July 27th. And this empowered me as Folsom's Director of Emergency Services to then issue emergency order DES-01-21, which I did on August 9th. And that was to close designated open spaces in close consultation with the fire chief. That emergency order included an appendix that specifically identified those areas. And if I could, I just wanted to ask Fire Chief Ken Casano and Police Commander Mark Shanrock to provide you with a brief overview of this item. And at the conclusion, I will ask you.
It came back.
just like magic.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Ken Casano, Fire Chief. So just real quick, I just wanted to kind of do a reminder as to why this was so necessary. You don't have to look very far. You just look out to the east and you see the Caldor fire that's burning extremely erratically, very fast. It burned over 25,000 acres in 30 minutes. It's been going for 10 days now. It's up to 118,000 acres. It's burned over 630 structures. And there's over 2,100 personnel on that fire fighting it. And it's only 9% contained. That fire has also become the #1 priority fire in the nation. So it is going to get a lot of resources dumped on it very quickly. But that's kind of why this is so important here in Folsom, because those type of fires can really happen anywhere. So the open spaces that we kind of selected, and we did this based on criteria, we sort of mirrored the weed abatement and vegetation management that Parks and Rec do. These are the spaces that we have. These are all, I'm not going to go through each one of these. They're available on the website. This is a map as to where they're all laid out. They're in orange there. And on the website, they're available with individual pages, more of a close-up view of these locations. We did use 8 criteria, or 8 factors, when we're looking at these spaces as to what makes them high risk or not risk. One of them is access, and it's just basically, is there accessibility by the public from a bike trail, a walking path into that open space area, and can we get fire suppression personnel and apparatus in there? We look at the fuel types. We look at the continuity of fuel, and that just means how it's laid out both horizontally and vertically. The topography, we look at the aspect. Aspect is basically which direction it is facing. Southwest aspects tend to burn a lot quicker. They have drier vegetation. We look at the slope. Slopes make fires burn much more rapidly. Fires tend to follow topography, follow the slope upward. They burn much quicker. The shapes, are there any barriers, both man-made or natural? And that could be any type of rock wall, lake, river, pond. We look at wind directions. What is the normal wind direction, or what is going to be the wind direction typically on a red flag day, that when it's coming down from the north? That changes how we're looking at these locations. And then the fire history. Has there been fires predominantly in these areas in the past? Threats, that's where we're looking at, are there businesses, residences, parks, places where people are that are next to these open spaces? Because that's what we're trying to protect. And then water availability. A lot of these open spaces are in areas where there are no hydrants, and we have to rely on what we have available on our apparatus only before we start shuttling water. And then, of course, utilities, any overhead power or cell tower, any type of infrastructures, those become priority as well. Those are kind of how we came up with these spaces. And I will say that this list is by no means a done list. We are constantly looking and assessing other parcels to close in the event that they just look more hazardous or change. I'd like to now just bring up Commander Shanrock, and he can talk about the enforcement.
Thanks, Chief. Good evening, Commander Shanrock on behalf of Chief Hillman. Due to the excellent work on behalf of Chief Casano and his staff, as well as the work on behalf of Parks and Rec, who conspicuously posted signage in each of the closed areas for all to see, any of the inhabitants of those areas have seemed to move on. So as up to today, Sergeant Zelaya and his team have visited each and every site and have only encountered 2 occupants in those areas. Those 2 occupants were in the process of packaging up their belongings and moving on. So as far as the goal of this closure, it's mission accomplished, and we'll see what comes to follow.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you, Chief Casano and Commander Shanrock. So consistent with our municipal code, which dictates that emergency rules and regulations must be confirmed by the City Council at the earliest practicable opportunity, I respectfully ask that you approve Resolution Number 10691, a resolution of the City Council confirming Emergency Order DES-01-21 issued by the Director of Emergency Services. Thank you.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Council members Rodriguez?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem-Chella?
Yes.
Howell?
Yes.
And Kozlowski.
Yes.
Okay, that takes us to our last item of the evening. This was item 24 that was moved down to the end of the agenda. Resolution number 10684, a resolution of the City Council authorizing the mayor to execute an amendment to the employment agreement for the city manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the members of the City Council. Stephen Wong, City Attorney. I actually do not have a presentation for you today. But I am here
Then why are you standing up there?
Because it is my staff report. So I am here to answer any questions you may have and also facilitate your discussion if necessary.
Okay. All right, it's probably worthwhile for me to make a comment here before we have any other discussion. I think, recently the City Council conducted an annual review of our city manager as required by our charter, and that review largely is defined by the charter. So the description of the job duties of the city manager are there. So the rest of my comment I wanted to read just so that I could be precise. So Ms. Anderson met or exceeded the performance standards in all categories defined by our charter, including individual characteristics, professional skills and status, relations with city council members, policy execution, reporting, citizen relations, fiscal management, community, staffing, and supervision. And I will add that Ms. Anderson has shown exceptional leadership under very strange circumstances of the COVID pandemic over this last year and has remained professional, is super competent. She's a hands-on chief executive and an excellent communicator, and we are grateful to have you here. So thank you very much. All right. I will take comments or entertain a motion.
I have a question.
Certainly.
Who wrote this staff report?
Mr. Mayor and the member of the City Council, I did myself.
Oh, to me, the staff report is not reflective of what actually happened during those 3 meetings. There are a couple of areas here that, in my opinion, do not reflect the outcome of those meetings. In the recommendation, the City Council actions, it states that it was following a strong and positive performance evaluation. Now, 3 of my colleagues would probably agree with that, but 2 did not leave the room feeling this way. And so it gives the very disingenuous report when we say a very strong and positive performance evaluation, followed by the background below saying following a favorable evaluation. And then in the analysis, we're talking about a high level over the past year. And so I just have personal concerns about this particular report when we look at, and I will be the first one to say that what I was hoping that would happen from the very beginning, we had 3 meetings, and in the first meeting, it was about how do we document a process that goes forward so that it is a lot more professional. To me, at the end, it was about just the feelings and emotions that we have, not something that is more substantial and giving goals. In the employment agreement, section 6, it says, the city council and employee shall meet at least once annually to mutually establish goals and performance objectives desired by the city council to be accomplished during the next year. That did not happen. And it has not happened in the past, so that when we met, it was, let's talk about last year's goals and moving forward to this year's goals. And so to me, I just think it's a very disingenuous report, the way it was laid out, and to me, it lacks credibility. This is not personal on Miss Elaine Anderson. It was really about the process, and I have issues with that.
Thank you, madam, and may I respond to those comments? And I do object to the comment about the lack of credibility and disingenuous in my staff report. That has never been used to describe my work product ever in my career. So thank you. That's my response to those comments. And 2, remember, the city council acts as a body. There are 5 members on the city council, so 3 is the majority. 3 carries the action of the city council. So even though there could be minority opinion, the action of the city council as a whole is the council, not individual council members. So if there are 3 who believes the city manager performed very well, that is the opinion of the council as a body.
I know. I agree on that. It's whenever you call city council, majority, right? So we are looking for some process clarity. It's nothing to do with the majority or minority. You know, if we have an established process, if we are following it, I am 100% on board with the minority and majority. As we can see, rightly read by Rosario, section 6 on page 923, every year we have to have those goals and objectives.
You're not wrong at all,
Yeah.
Chan. It is up to the council to do that.
That's where I think we are, as a new council, I think that's where probably, the blame has to go, I guess, as a new council.
Having said that, if the council as a body doesn't do that, the council as a body doesn't do that. The council as a body can do that as stated in the employment agreement. But the council as a body has to do that.
it's not as though it wasn't requested because that was part of the first meeting. The first meeting, I left there thinking, oh, okay, is that what we need? I'll go and I obtained a copy of one from the League of California Cities. And then in the second meeting, we found out that there was something used so something was used a year ago, but it's not used this year. And so to me, walking into the third meeting, not quite clear what was going to happen, to me just seemed very chaotic, disorganized. And I just got to say that it's very disappointing that we as a council have one person that reports to us, and I feel that we did not do our due diligence in exactly what Section 6 says. And so I just want to make sure I state that for the record. Now, as far as the report goes, I understand that the majority has it, but to me, it would be a lot more clear if it said following a majority, something that gives clarity, because for me to approve this means that this is exactly what happened, and that's not exactly what happened.
I'm going to interrupt here. This is not the agenda item. If we want to have a discussion, but keep in mind, the city attorney was not in the room when any of those conversations happened.
And that's my question. That was
Rosario,
the question.
what you're upset about is a process question. What our agenda item tonight is to approve the resolution 10684, which is amending Elaine's contract. Your comment to suggest that we have never reviewed goals and objectives from the previous year to the current year is completely wrong. We've done it every time, and I've been doing it for 23 years. You disagree with the process by which that conversation happened, that's a separate issue. But to suggest that we have not done that, I find insulting.
Well,
because we've done it, and I'm sorry that you didn't agree with the process that was used this year, and we'll see if it takes another form next year. But that's not what we're here for tonight. It's just to review this amendment. Regardless of any commentary that the city attorney, who was not present in the room for those discussions, may have included in a staff report that you happen to disagree with. But the agenda item is approving the change to her.
So my comment to you, Carrie, are the comments that are in the recommendation, the background, and the analysis. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So going into the second part, the amendment. So Mike, for my own clarity, your amendment is to bring our city manager's pay to a competitive pay for a city manager. Is that correct?
There was a specific amount that was agreed to at the last one of our closed session meetings. That's the amendment. I don't know what you're getting at.
Amount?
If you want to talk about what is a competitive rate.
I'm sorry, did we talk about amounts at a meeting?
We talked about a percentage increase. Yes, we did.
The 5%?
That's correct.
Okay.
Would you like to have a discussion about whether that's fair?
No, I know. To me, it was about, no, my
Well, to be
issue.
perfectly honest, we ended up filibustering all of those meetings with discussions of process rather than actually spending meaningful time.
A very important process, if I may say.
Yeah, I think it's important to some.
But only comment though, Mike. Our only employee in entire city is city manager. It is very clear, our manager is consistently telling us. We really don't know how, we can directly go to the department heads. Anything we want to do it here through our city manager. If we have a set goals, objectives has been defined, and she will be working with all the city, her staff, we are okay with that. So that's somewhat lacking. So it's not I agree with that.
There are very detailed descriptions of what the job duties of the city manager are in our city charter. Okay? Those are her primary goals in this instance, okay? We added to those in a small way in previous years based on a document that the city manager proposed to us that described what her performance had been, in her opinion, and what goals she wanted to focus on. We made some slight modifications to that, and we agreed to it. That has been the process for decades here in the city. okay? There isn't a written review like we're talking about the manager of a Taco Bell that gets it from the regional manager of the Taco Bell. It's not that kind of job. It's not those types of responsibilities. And we don't get the opportunity to oversee her work on a day-to-day basis. Our job is not to micromanage the city manager. Our job is to provide policy direction to the city manager in this setting. Okay? So I am extremely frustrated with this conversation because we had it in private 3 times and we got nowhere because the last thing I just said has still not sunk in for everybody.
So then, Section 6, can you elaborate, and can you give me more information about Section 6? What does it mean to you then?
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
No.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem-Cherla?
No.
Howell?
Yes.
And Kozlowski?
Yes. Okay, city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Galt police officers Harminder Gruwal and Capri Herrera were both victims of a head-on collision, very unfortunately, early Sunday morning while on duty. Both sustained severe injuries and both were in the ICU as of yesterday. I've been in regular contact with Galt's city manager since Sunday when I reached out to him, and I've let him know that the Folsom community is sending our collective thoughts and prayers for the officers' healing. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Folsom Fire and Folsom Police personnel who have been providing support to major fires in California, most significantly the Dixie Fire and now the Calder Fire, among others. This is very hard and taxing work, both physically and emotionally, and I thank them for their many contributions to preserving lives and property. The Folsom Fire and Police Departments will hold a remembrance ceremony marking the 20th anniversary of 9/11. The ceremony will honor those who lost their lives and will recognize the ultimate sacrifices made by first responders. The public is invited to attend on 9/11 promptly at 9:30 a.m. at Folsom City Lions Park. And finally, Community Service Day volunteer registration is now open. Thousands of volunteers will complete dozens of service projects on Saturday, September 18th. Community members can now register at folsomcommunityservice.org. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any council comments? Carrie?
Things are going well at RT. We had a board meeting last night. Our board meeting tomorrow for Regional SAN will be the last meeting for Prabhakar, who will be retiring. Guess there's a lot of that going around, right, Dave? Just the usual warnings. Thank you to all the fire personnel, both ours and statewide, that are helping out on all these fires. I had the opportunity to talk to some firefighters from Marin on Sunday and made sure that they understood just how much that everybody really appreciates all of the risk that they're taking and the danger that they're exposed to, and how much the community, including this one, appreciates all of the work that they're doing. So having said that, please stop running red lights. Stop signs apply to everyone. And, you know, if you get caught, I'm really hoping that Folsom PD is behind you and writing you a really big ticket. With that, good night.
Very good. Sarah, anything?
I think it is highly unfair to confuse frustration with the process with the city manager's performance. And for you to say that it is not personal, it may not be personal to you, but I assure you it's personal to the city manager. It's personal to me. Elaine, I want you to know that you have my full and complete confidence. You are an outstanding city manager. Your work ethic, your integrity, it is beyond reproach. So thank you for all you do for the city.
Ditto to that.
YK?
You want to start or I can go?
Oh, I'll wait till the end. Thank you.
Okay, good. I know going around the city and talking to the neighbors, promoting the C-Click fix, and you know, whatever they can see, they can report to city. So some things are, you know, being fixed, some are maybe a little bit delay. So I probably would like to, you know, later on reach out to and see which ones, you know, residents are complaining, some of the sensitive ones. That's one. And the second one, I met with a residents group with the very next to the PG&E station on Oak Avenue and East Bedwell, that section. And they showed me, and I witnessed when their trucks are going there, it is unpaved dirt. And they said they have been, struggling with that issue over 15, 20 years. And when they witness me, I can see it, all the dust is coming. And other thing they said, PG&E cut all their trees that used to stop all the dust coming this side. So, and resident said, where do we start? I said, no, certainly I'll talk to city manager or anything we as a city can initiate and get going, that one. That's another one. And the last one is, Sarah, I hear you, what you said, loud and clear. I'm new council member. What's going on in that closed door? I didn't feel comfortable as well. So I just want to bring that, to your attention. And that's, very important for us to see that we are in alignment as a team. And I hear you, what you're saying, and this is where we are telling, it's a council. Thank you for clarifying. It's a 3 people, a council. And even on the pay, even though we said there is a pay hike has been proposed, it hasn't been discussed detailed enough. And I, as a people representing, so many businesses are suffering in this town. I don't know I'm truly ready to start giving the hikes sincerely to our city staff when there are so many businesses are suffering. That's where I am. And I request every person who can contribute to help them from the city side. So I know those are the feelings I have it, and it is not that, we are debating here on that subject. With that, once again, thank you. I think this is our first year, and things will probably go, I know that's what I
Know where to go
say
but
it.
up.
Thank you.
All right, Rosario.
Yeah, my heart goes out to the victims of that have been a bit affected by fire. And Sarah, to respond to you, when people elect us, they elect us to do what is right and in the best interest of the city. And if I feel that this is an issue that is in the best interest of the city, to be able to give us a vision and goals and strategic planning and a focus, then I will do what I need to do. And I feel very comfortable having talked about a very uncomfortable topic, but I have no regrets in being able to raise this as a concern I have. And if we go into this next year with a very similar process, I will probably continue to raise that as a concern.
Okay, I will close by saying that Elaine has been a friend of mine for many, many years, long before I was here on the city council. In spite of knowing her, I was surprised when I first came here at how great she is at her job. So Elaine, thank you very, very much for another great year, in spite of all the challenges that we had to deal with. And I look forward to many more, so thank you. All right, with that, I will call the meeting to close. We are adjourned, 11:01.